All right, good evening. Yep. Good evening, everyone. We have returned into open session. Our first piece of regular business is resident concerns. Anyone has a concern they'd wish to raise that is not on the agenda, please step forward. Not on the agenda.
Danny Factor, 11 Davis Road. I actually just have a procedural question. At the agenda item for the ARPA funding, are you going to be taking public comments?
Probably not.
Okay.
We did have the listening session 2 weeks ago. We've received some additional information since then. I think that will be an internal discussion just amongst the board members and the town manager.
I understand that. So in that case, if someone does have a last comment about that, their only opportunity would be to make it now, I imagine.
Go for it.
All right. You hear that, apartment dwellers? Okay. So it's not surprising to probably hear that housing climate justice for Acton that represents so many tenants in Acton are very happy to see the line items R16 and R17 on the proposed, and I realize it's a draft, ARPA funding. As far as R16, the rental advocacy pilot program, we're in the process of doing research of trying to identify possible vendors. So we really support the town investing in that work as well. R17, the Emergency Rental Assistance Program, we would even support more funding than is suggested. And the reason is since the tenants are far more organized and in the know than they were about having their needs met finally than 3 years ago when ARPA began, we expect that there will be a lot more requests for emergency funding, thankfully from people in need, who now, are calling out to get help. Other things that we support as well are 3, the McManus Manor Affordable Housing, R6, PFAS mitigation, R18, Child Care Subsidy Program, and R33, a transportation for a second cat bus. All of these things for apartment dwellers, whether it be renters and condo owners, are a part of their lives: transportation, child care, clean water, and affordable housing. But our main priority is that R16 and R17 be funded well. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, first of all, I want to say my name is Cindy Jett, and we live in North Acton. My husband and myself, I'm obviously disabled. We're both seniors. We're on a limited budget. We moved here a year ago in November, and at that time, I just ended a 4-year service as town council member where we lived in Georgia. So first of all, I want to say I understand and I appreciate how much has to go into all these things you consider from, point 1 to point 91. And I do appreciate what is done for constituency and the citizens in a town. It's very important what you do. On the other hand, as a disabled senior on a limited income who rents, I cannot emphasize enough how important the advocacy position in and of itself, regardless of the other issues that are going on, are to me and to my family. And that is one of the reasons we actually looked at moving to a smaller town moving from a small town to another small town because of the involvement in the city that comes from the government all the way around. So please really give it a serious, serious consideration, the advocacy. It impacts our lives from in every point possible. If we lose the ability to keep our rentals up, if it becomes too expensive, people like us are just gone. We can't do anything, we can't go anywhere, so please do consider it. And again, thank you for what you're doing for the town.
Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Teresa Ackerley, and I reside at Parker Street Apartments. I would like to share with you my experience that shows why we need services in Acton. I urge you to fund these services with the federal stimulus funds. This past week, my toilet flooded and the sewer backed up into my apartment, flooding and soaking the rugs with raw sewage. I've had to use Febreze and open the doors and windows to air it out, to deal with the smell. And so maintenance did fix the toilet, and their plan was to repair the toilet. Their actually plan was to repair the carpets, but they said that I would have to move everything on my own within only a few days' time. So I reached out for help to the Board of Health, and there's been a delay at this point. So I called my insurance company, my renter's insurance company. They said that I didn't have a claim because I had no damage to personal property. My friend called the fire department to see if they could help, and they said they couldn't. Your sister. Sorry about that. I only had 2 people help me out this weekend, and that's it. So my sister rented a U-Haul truck, and for me to put my stuff in. The property management said that I could only put my stuff out on the lawn. He wouldn't give me a pod storage unit. So they said that they don't give pod storage units for that sort of thing. So since I only had like 2 people helping me for the weekend, I had to pretty much move everything out myself. And that caused a lot of pain from a lot of lifting and moving things from arthritis and a previous back injury. So to this day, we were supposed to have gotten the carpet this morning. As of tonight, it's still not happened. This afternoon, the property manager said, oh, just be patient. So he also said, oh, well, you know, when I asked him for more help, he said, well, I've got 2 hands right at the end of my wrists, mocking me like that. And I'm like, that's not cool. So in closing, I urge you to fund these services with the federal stimulus fund. Because I could have used the help this weekend. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
say it, you can say.
She was going to talk, but she doesn't want to talk now. Good evening, Madeline Cruz, Sasham Way. I'm here to, once again, ask you all not to forget Renters Advocate in your budget cycle. Remember, there are incentives out there, and we need to be smart about how we're using it. I continuously hear the gaslighting for help for renters in this town, and it's quite disgusting. Humans, we're all human beings, and we all have rights, whether you're a renter or a homeowner. There's enough incentives out there, and we need to use them. Just like the ARPA funding that Danny explained, there's also new types of fundings out there, and I know that there's a process, stakeholders, the town then has to, ask the Massachusetts state to go ahead and use these fundings, but they're not just for clean energy. I already told Deegan about it in our meeting we had with her last week. It's called Justice 40, and Justice 40 has an abundance amount of incentives, and one of those would include hiring a renter's advocate. So there is no excuse. Renters in Acton do count. If we don't pay our rent, the property owners can't pay their taxes. So enough of the gaslighting, and let's acknowledge that people do need help. I was one of the people that helped Terry out this weekend, and the smell in her apartment should be against the law. It smells like pneumonia. It has black mold, and nobody wants to do anything, and that's disturbing within itself. It's a human life that's being affected, and we need to rationalize with what people are going through in this town. This is not just a rich town, a poor town. This is a town of human beings. Let's stop with our stubbornness and do what's right for people. We all matter. And I guess that's it. That's what I have to say tonight.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Stella Coe, 11 Guswood Road. I would like to urge the Select Board to dedicate ARPA funds to contract with an agency to provide housing stability services, assistance, and information for our renters, homeowners, and landlords. According to our latest census data, 28% of our community are renters. I hope that we will be more inclusive and listen to the voices of our neighbors who just happen to rent. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Manager, your update, please.
I believe there are some virtual participants with their hands raised.
Okay, Matt, could you let them in, please?
Absolutely. Calling user number 1.
Hello, this is Tara Butterfield. Yes, Acton, can you hear me? Hello? Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yes, okay, I want it on the record that I feel that what the town has done to the West Acton Citizens Library trustees is bullying. These are gentle people with limited skills. Town staff hired the librarian and changed her title without permission from the trustees. Hired without a normal librarian hiring public process, which is a deplorable use of power. I want that on the record. It leads me to the formation of the town, which is along the same lines of bullying and slaughtering people, frankly. And I want to make sure that the 250 committee's work has respect for and acknowledgement of Indigenous history. And the 1619 project is not a theory. It's a critical race fact. Also, I want to say I hope you vote for the renter advocate pilot, the rent and child care relief. I hope you vote against the sewer expansion money, which is, I think, a poor use of recovery money. It will probably cost businesses more than to use on-site septic. Please vote against using the money for sewer rehab, which isn't even allowed under the law. And please vote against the Hayward Light, which is unnecessary, and the neighbors do not want. In my view, or at least the numbers indicate that the Acton Housing Authority may have less money if you vote for that sewer, but its overall cost the taxpayer more money, which can be used for affordable housing. And it leads me to say my last thing is that the town manager has not contacted the proponents about the Affordable Housing Rehab Trust. Oh, and one more thing. The loan that you've got for the sewer as per the warrant article modification or amendment, that I think it should be in the actual loan agreement, that none of that is to be used for RIB design or expansion. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Matt.
Next up, we have Marilyn.
Hello there. Thank you for everything you do for the community. I am calling in this evening to show my support for using the ARPA funds to help with housing stability. And renters are in a uniquely vulnerable position, and I think that it would go a long way in for the community as a whole if we help the most vulnerable, which includes homeowners as well, but especially renters. Thank you.
Thank you. Matt, got another one?
Next up is Aaliyah.
Hi, this is Aaliyah from Spruce Street. I just wanted to echo what other people have said, Madeline and Stella, about hiring a renter's advocate is something that we really need here in Acton. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's all online.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Manager.
Thank you. Just quickly, thank you to the people who attended the Human Services Building open house last week. We had a much bigger turnout than we've had before at that type of event, so it was nice to see some new faces over there. If you've walked through the Kelly's Corner area this week, you may have noticed some stakes and some paint markings and other things like that. That's because the construction project has officially started today. And you'll continue to see more activity out there coming up and for the next few years. So the next thing that you'll see out there is they're doing some armoring around some of the trees and putting up some fencing, and then they'll start doing some tree removal, I believe either this week or next week. And stay tuned for frequent updates at actonma.gov/KC. Just another note that we are looking to hold a public forum on the open space and recreation plan, and we're tentatively looking at November 10th for a virtual public forum, so pencil that into your calendar and stay tuned for updates on that. Thank you.
Okay. Members. David.
Thank you. Since our last meeting, the Acton Police Department worked cooperatively with the school district administration after a report that there was a gun at the school. The school was searched and 6 black students were questioned. No weapon was found. First, I'd like to recognize the trauma of the students that were questioned, plus the stress on their families and on the entire black community in Acton. The innocent students were calm and brave during the questioning, something which is difficult in light of the situation around the country. The decision to call the police was not easy for the administration. I would like to thank the Acton Police for their action that day. I appreciate that we have a police department that is ready and willing to enter a school where a gun has been reported and not wait outside for an hour. It gives me confidence that our officers have been trained in and practiced de-escalation. I'm reassured that it's rare for our police officers to draw their weapons, and they did not do so in this case, nor did they bring other weapons into the school. I will note that officers from outside of Acton who are assisting with traffic control did display assault weapons outside. I'm disappointed that the press release from the town did not acknowledge that the accused students were black, nor did it express any empathy for the innocent students and their families. I believe we can do better. It's possible that even the tipster on that day operated in good faith. Still, 6 black students were questioned and no one else was. While I am completely uninterested in finding fault with anyone, I think this is an opportunity for understanding and learning. I hope that there can be a formal reflection to see this situation in hindsight and see how we might have done things differently. Thank you.
Thank you. Comments from other members? Jim.
One of the more painful or contentious things about the Kelly's Corner project, which is now finally beginning to enter construction, was the loss of some magnificent trees. I'm going to be there at the corner of Charter and Mass Ave tomorrow at 5 to say goodbye to a few of the trees that I know are going. If anybody else wants to join me, you're welcome. We'll figure out how to say goodbye together. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? No? Okay, thank you. So we have a site plan hearing. The Acton Select Board will hold a public hearing on October 3rd, 2022 at 7:10 p.m., continued from September 12th, 2022, in the Francis Faulkner Hearing Room 204 at the Town Hall, 472 Main Street, Acton, and virtually at actonma.gov/meeting/BOS on the application of BWC Colesbrook LLC for a site plan special permit under zoning bylaw section 10.4 at 100 Discovery Way for an energy storage facility. Application materials and how to participate remotely are available online at Acton Town Hall, http://acton-ma.gov/ds-web/view/collection-15376. So I know there's been a great deal of interest generated in this project. And what I would like to do is have the proponents make their presentation. Select-Person Martin has been the select person assigned to this project, so he can kind of shepherd a lot of this through. After they've made their presentation, we'll ask for any comments from staff, and then we'll have questions, answers from board members, and then we'll open it up for public comment. Public comment, I'd like to keep each individual comment down to about 2 minutes. I think the board has received 40 or 50 letters already. Many of them are duplicates. So I think we're aware of a lot of the issues that have been raised. And certainly want to give everyone a chance to present any new material, but I don't see any particular benefit for repeating the same items again and again and again. So hopefully, once we hear a couple of the comments and we know which way it's going, unless folks have new information, I hope you figure that give us enough time to actually consider this as opposed to spending the night here. With that, I will I'll let Mr. Martin start off, and he can introduce the development team.
Hi, can I go into a little bit of background information first?
Please do.
So the town received a site plan special permit from Blue Wave Solar for the installation of an energy storage system at 100 Discovery. The proposed development is in front of the select board tonight and under our purview as a site plan approving authority. The site plan was triggered because the total development area exceeds 1,200 square feet, and the select board has the authority to deny or approve the site plan with conditions. Separately, the project is in front of the Board of Health on October 18th. The Board of Health has authority over hazardous materials permitting. That's separate from this hearing here. The proposed project has already been in front of the Conservation Commission. The Conservation Commission confirmed the location of the wetlands on the site and issued an order of conditions. The Select Board received many emails on the project, most of them through a form letter. The form letter contained a handful of concerns which I can address. So there's concern about the destructive habitat for a significant number of endangered species. There are no endangered species in this area. There's concern about location and where the project might be moved. I just want to emphasize to people that we don't have the authority to move the project. We must consider the application in front of us. And just as an aside, I think this is the fourth energy storage facility of this kind in Acton. There's concern about the elimination of trees. The affected area of the project is about an acre. Most of the trees in that area would be removed. The fence line of the project, or the back fence line of the project, is about 100 feet away from the property lines on Brucewood Road. Additional trees will be planted near between the facility and in that 100-foot buffer. There are concerns about explosions or fire. Lithium in the lithium batteries can burn, but does not explode. Lithium burns more slowly, in fact, than fossil fuel fires. Lithium battery fires are much less likely also than fossil fuel fires. Besides an internal fire suppression system, lithium fires can be fought with cooling them with lots of water, or by just allowing them to burn out. The installation this battery storage installation is segmented to inhibit a fire from spreading from one section to another. I'd also like to mention that our biggest blackout this year was due to overloading our local grid. To prevent that from happening again, Eversource parked 3 diesel generators on our streets for the remainder of that heat wave. Power storage of this kind not only increases the reliability of our local grid, but supports the infrastructure required for electrification, electric cars, heat pumps, et cetera. I have a couple of questions which I'll be asking at the time from the developers of the project. So that's my introductory remarks. Should we have the developers come up and make a, say what they'd like to say?
Please make your presentation, introduce yourselves, and make the presentation. Is it different than what we have already? Yeah, then you might as well set it to the audience, because I think I can display the site plan.
There's a hand mic if you want to walk around. Or there's a seated mic and a standing mic. On the floor right here.
Good evening, Select Board, members of the public. My name is Josh Laracy. I work with Blue Wave Solar on our energy storage development team. I've got Mike Zimmer, who's the head of our storage development team at Blue Wave, with me as well, and Andrew Vardakis from Wood Engineering, who's our primary engineer on the project. I appreciate the introduction from the Select Board member going over the project proposed. I'll come over here just to provide some additional details on specifications of what we're proposing. As you all know, it is at 100 Discovery Way on the side of the parcel toward the rear. It is a 4.99 megawatt AC storage system that has a 4-hour duration, meaning it can charge and discharge for a total of 4 hours, for a total of 20 megawatt hours. The system, as mentioned, has a proposed footprint of approximately an acre. It is in an area of currently forested area, which would be cleared for the fence line. As mentioned, there are additional vegetative screening trees proposed to be planted in between the project footprint and the property line to the south with the abutters along where the abutters properties are to the south. The project proposed utilizes a system called Powen Centipede. As was mentioned, it's a lithium-ion battery. Specifically, it's a lithium iron phosphate chemistry battery. The system is segmented into what are called battery segments, with each in rows that each have a collection segment. There are 2 of these rows or arrays, each with a concrete pad in front of them that has an inverter, a transformer, and some AC switchgear, similar to what other renewable energy or energy storage projects have to interconnect to the grid. The project is proposing a interconnection line that goes along Discovery Way underground to Piper Road, where we'd be interconnecting directly to Eversource's existing poles, which is just along Piper Road. That line, per what was mentioned, we did go in front of the Conservation Commission because a portion of this underground line does fall within wetland buffer. The rest of the project footprint doesn't fall within any resource areas or buffer zones to resource areas from the wetland perspective. The system is entirely self-functioning remotely. So once built, there's no traffic, no regular operational trips or people visiting site. It's monitored and operated entirely remotely and would be by Blue Wave, who would own and maintain the system. In terms of fire suppression and detection and prevention, as was mentioned, the system does have, would come equipped with 2 different fire suppression systems. So the primary suppression system is a aerosol-based suppressant system. So there's a canister in each enclosure that would disperse in the event of a fire detected that's designed to put out that fire. Additionally, there is a dry pipe hookup to each container where water can be fed through a sprinkler system that can be used to disperse and flood a container. As was mentioned, thank you. As was mentioned, water has been used in the past as a method of cooling down lithium-ion battery cells. Newer systems are typically certified to what's known as UL 9540 and 9540A testing standards. A lot of the issues that lithium-ion fires have had in the past is what many of you might be familiar with, which is called thermal runaway, when battery cells, the heat from battery cells can propagate and cause issues with other cells, raising the overall temperature and chance of fire in the system. These new UL 9540 testing standards that battery systems like these go through test specifically to ensure that that thermal runaway and that thermal propagation does not occur within the cells. So each of these systems from the battery cell up, they're tested at both a unit level with the battery cells, but also at an enclosure level to ensure that what happens is they're subjected to these extreme conditions and tested to see whether or not that fire or thermal runaway spreads. And in order to pass that test, that thermal runaway can't occur. So this system is certified to those new standards, which, as was mentioned, keeps the fire from spreading from enclosure to enclosure and minimizing any kind of large-scale event that could cause concern for public safety. Additionally, as was mentioned, the setback from the property line is approximately or over 100 feet in terms of the equipment. That follows NFPA 855 guidelines in terms of setting back battery equipment from either property lines or residential buildings. Additionally, there's fire suppression, but there's also more importantly, fire detection and prevention. So aside from the UL standards I mentioned and how these systems are designed, they're monitored 24/7 on a number of levels. Primarily, there's voltage, so how's the system operating electrically? Is it acting how it should be? Is there any irregularities caused by either the system or coming from the grid? There's thermal and temperature monitoring, so whether or not the system has any kind of temperature, and that's irregularity, and that's measured at the cell all the way down to the individual cell level. And then there's also any issues with atmospheric conditions within the container. So there's detection for specific types of gas in the unlikely event that the battery cells would heat and do what's called off-gassing, which would produce certain gases within the container. Those are detected or monitored as well to very minute levels. Additionally, all the containers have HVAC systems, forced air HVAC. So that HVAC is used to maintain a specific operating environment and temperature range within the enclosures. Those systems are meant to operate, ideally it's within a specific operating range, although they can, basically if that HVAC, if the system were to be detected outside of a normal operating range, or in any of these circumstances, so if there was irregular voltage, any kind of, again, gas detected, the system automatically shuts down remotely without any kind of human action. So furthermore, there are remote e-stops on the project, as well as physical e-stops. So the system will automatically shut down under certain parameters. But additionally, Blue Wave, if they so choose, or if we so choose, could shut down the project if there was any concern, even if there wasn't any abnormal conditions detected in the system. I'm going to hand it over to Drew Vardakis just to go through a couple more details on the site plan and additional materials submitted, and then I can finish with a few more remarks.
Thanks, Josh. Again, my name is Andrew Vardakis. I'm a civil engineer and project manager for Wood. Quick point of clarification. My company, Wood, was recently acquired by a new company called WSP. So if there's any email communications or letterhead that says WSP, it's just a new company that I now work for. Same company, same office. We're based in Chelmsford. Just a point of clarification on company name. As Josh mentioned, so I'm the consultant for Blue Wave. We were brought on to handle the site survey, the wetland delineation, civil engineering, and permitting aspects of the project. So I wanted to point out, through the submittal process, working with the planning board, there was a discrepancy in the property acreage. So we revised the note on note 1 of sheet 1, drawing V101. Town records had showed the property as about 15.5 acres, but it had came to light that a 1 acre parcel had been conveyed to the west, so the actual parcel acreage was about 14.5 acres. So we revised that as part of our open space and floor area calculations. In addition, the town planner had pointed out, as some of the past permit approvals for the site, there was an additional 20,000 square foot addition to the building that wasn't accounted for in some of the documents. So we went ahead and updated the lot acreage in addition to the building footprint, provided updated calculations to the planning board, and everything still fit in with the acceptable limits of the open space and floor area calculations. So I just want to clarify that for the survey and calculations. In addition, as was mentioned, we submitted this special permit to the select board and NOI to the Concom in July. As was mentioned, the Concom order of conditions was received in August. Around the same time, we received a peer review comment letter from GCG Associates in late August. So since that time, we provided a response to those comments in late September. The comments ranged from site plan modifications, adding some grading to the road. There was some comments on stormwater. We provided our stormwater report and calculations that were submitted as part of the NOI process. And some miscellaneous permitting and bylaw comments that have all been addressed and responded. So we responded to those in late September. So we're just awaiting feedback from the peer review consultant in the town on those. Beyond that, I'm happy to answer any in-depth questions regarding the engineering, grading, stormwater, survey, wetlands, but I'll cap it at that, and then happy to answer any questions beyond that.
Thank you. David.
I have 2 questions, but I can go first or last. Other board members, you want me to go first? Okay, thank you. The plan shows the TC line along the back fence line of the project. Does that mean that's, what trees are being cleared beyond that line? Because I know that your proposed planting 8 to 10 trees past that line. Are they mixed in with the current trees, or how does that work?
Correct. There is the TC line represents the tree cutting line. So that line along the south side of the boundary, nothing further will be cut beyond that to the south. Those trees that are proposed will be planted mixed in with the existing vegetation to supplement the current vegetation that's already on site, but nothing additional will be cut to the south. The cutting area is just to the north of that where the project is.
Okay. And the other thing, I know that you were asked about putting a light on the site, and I have 2 requests on that light. First, can that light be placed on the parking lot side of the facility, not on the either the side or the back of the facility, the back being, I'm calling the back is the one facing Brucewood Road? And also, I know it's not triggered in this case by this particular permit, but we have a lighting bylaw in town, and I'd like the lighting to meet the bylaw standards, which specify the light be no cooler than 3,000 Kelvin, and that the light be downward focused. I mean, you can look at the lighting bylaw, or I'm sure the planning department can get you a copy of that. So I assume that's not a big deal, since the lighting hasn't been purchased yet or anything. So, okay, thank you. That's all from me, Dean.
Thank you. Questions from other members of the board? Jim?
Before I ask my questions, when you were introducing this, I think you mentioned a little time for the staff to say anything about the project, if they had general comments.
Yes.
That would be great.
Yeah. Yep.
Matt, could you admit Christian Guichard to the meeting?
Just wait.
Oh.
Good evening, members of the board. Is there any specific questions or comments that you're looking for, or more clarification?
I did have a few questions, but I was wondering if you had any sort of introductory remarks to sort of set the stage, or whether we should just launch into questions.
I think Mr. Martin covered it pretty well in terms of the board's jurisdiction, the commission that the proposal has already been in front of, and the upcoming Board of Health meeting as well. The memo that Kayla Sauer submitted outlines most of the department's all of the department's comments. So there are some technical comments that the applicant did address tonight. In your packets, you also have comments from the health department and fire department. So in our memo, you'll see, kind of acknowledging that, and also outlining where the board can really turn to the bylaw and take a look at the specific conditions, or also considerations that you need to look through and make your findings based off of.
Thanks. Okay,
Jim.
I'd go ahead down. So just as a background here, I think battery storage projects are really important to building a resilient grid that can handle a lot of energy on it. On the other hand, I think the problem I have with this project is the location. It requires cutting down a lot of trees to place it. And I tend to think, the battery storage projects that we've seen before have been associated with particular large renewable projects, so that the energy stored in them is typically, 100% renewable energy, fresh off the solar panels, and it's got a clear relationship to, enabling solar energy. Let's see. Have the revised plans been sent to GCG for a final compliance review? Because I'd like to see their response to the final comments before closing the hearing.
Yes, as I mentioned, they were submitted in late September. We have not seen a response yet.
Okay. So there may be a final response from GCG that we haven't seen yet.
That's what we're expecting.
Okay,
yes.
Great. And in terms of these concerns about the relationship between battery storage and renewable energy, so here's how I'm thinking about it. On the one hand, in our local grid, coming off of the substation that's, down there between Acton, Maynard, and Sudbury, we have a bunch of renewable energy projects, solar projects. They never get turned off during the daytime. There's no limits on, what they can put on the grid right now. So I'm thinking that the project doesn't enable more solar energy within our local grid. But you can correct me if I'm wrong. What I think is that it potentially enables the local substation to need less energy from the larger grid, which would mean that, big polluting projects, big polluting energy sources like, the peaker plants, or, burning oil for energy, the kind of things that gets turned on when the demand is really high. It helps avoid that. So it reduces emissions. But I couldn't convince myself or explain to myself how battery projects like this that aren't connected to a particular solar project actually increase the amount of renewable energy on the grid. So maybe if one of you could explain how that works, that would be great.
Sure, I can take that question. It's a great question. So a couple years back, the state and the DOER, Department of Energy and Environmental Renewables, came up with an idea of a program called Clean Peak. So basically, they understood that in the future, as more and more renewables came onto the grid and were developed, there would be a need for more energy storage to store that energy. As most are aware, solar and wind, as was mentioned, they operate whenever the sun's shining and whenever the wind's blowing. There's no way to control when those resources turn on and off. Energy storage allows for that energy to be stored when it's most abundant and discharged at a later time when it's not. Those resources are no longer active. Obviously, not every project can or has been developed with what's often called DC coupled storage. So when an energy storage project is directly paired with a renewable project, and that there would be a need for these what we call standalone energy storage systems. So that program the state created was called the Clean Peak standard in the Clean Peak program. And it set out a set of guidelines and rules for how standalone energy storage projects could operate in a way to increase the abundance of renewables on the grid at times when they're most needed, which is the times typically in the evening when, as was mentioned, peaker plants come on, demand for energy goes up as people are going home, running dishwashers, laundry machines, etc. But the sun isn't shining and wind hasn't picked up, which is typically during the night. So that program created specific parameters on when battery storage projects can charge and discharge. So they set out the specific Clean Peak charging hours and discharging hours. So when a standalone energy storage project charges within that hour, those set of hours, and discharges within those other set of hours, they can generate what's called Clean Peak credits, which is the state's way of recognizing that the energy stored in that battery and discharged has value of having a higher amount of renewable energy mix with it. So in terms of solar, there's two charging windows, one of which is a solar window and one is a wind window. So the solar window is from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. When project can charge, take in that energy when there's theoretically or not theoretically, there is a higher amount of solar energy on the grid. The discharging window is in the evening from around 5 to 9 p.m. And then projects can again charge during the night from 12 to 6 a.m., which is when wind would be at its highest generation. So that's the state's program for incentivized. So, and those credits that are generated, similar to RECs or renewable energy credits, for those that are familiar, can be sold. There's going to be requirements for how many of them are utility-wise are required to procure, similar to RECs. And that's how those standalone projects effectively can demonstrate that they are providing that increased abundance of renewable energy on the grid, even though they're not directly electronically connected to a specific system. And then furthermore, you are correct. The additional benefit the storage systems provide is basically reducing load and burden on substations and circuits within parts of the distribution grid. So anytime so obviously when the solar or wind is generating, not only is it you want to take advantage of that fact that there's extra renewable energy on the grid, but you also want to fight against an overburden on the infrastructure that Eversource or National Grid, wherever you're at, has in that area. So the battery takes off that excess energy during times when there might be over-generation on the grid, and then provides it at a time when there's a higher demand. So that's really that would be the program under which this system would operate. And it would only charge and discharge during those hours in order to take advantage of those renewables.
A follow-up. So I'm still confused. I still get how the Clean Peak program helps reduce the use of non-renewable, quickly dispatchable sources of energy for the grid. But I don't get how it increases solar energy. We're not shutting down solar panels at this point because the grid can't handle the energy. And it, so I'm not getting the connection between a Clean Peak program and actual increase in solar energy.
Sure. So the idea is that during those times when solar is generating the most, not all that energy might be used on the grid. So there can be energy for solar products that goes to waste in the form of heat, whether that be through an inverter. So some solar products, when they're at their peak, the way solar products are designed, they actually generate more energy than can be typically transferred to the grid. That's where DC coupled storage comes into play. And then on the grid side, typically it's just this idea that during that time when the most solar energy is going on the grid, there may be times when not all that solar energy is meeting demand, whether in specific locations or regions. And then more importantly, it's really a forward-thinking mindset. So the idea is that if you look at the amount of load that, say, New England or Massachusetts is forecasted to have, and if you were to try to meet that entirely with renewables, you wouldn't be able to without energy storage providing that offset benefit, or peak shaving, basically.
Mm-hmm.
So it's both now, it's when there's just an overabundance of that energy on the grid, and if it's not, electrons are going to go to their closest point of when they're going to be used. So if they're not going to be used in some place, then they could get wasted as, again, just, either too much saturation on the grid. Furthermore, there can be instances where the utilities will perform curtailment. So if, let's say, there was an area of high renewable penetration, there's a lot of solar on the grid, there could be instances where the utility says, hey, there's too much energy on the grid, so we're going to need you to curtail, which would mean that the project would have to shut off energy. Obviously, the panels still generate energy, but it would just effectively go to waste, again, as typically as heat through thermal loss. So that can happen as well, and projects often, and both on solar and wind, will experience curtailment during those instances, and that's also where storage can benefit.
Okay, so I get the notion that it could lower curtailment once we start having those events happen. Okay, thank you. Sorry, my screen went blank. Let's see about the next questions. Oh, I remember one of them. The health department had a bunch of really interesting technical questions. I didn't know how to evaluate how difficult they were going to be to meet. So I would definitely prefer to see the answers to those questions before we close the hearing. So I guess that's just a statement, unless you guys have already prepared some response that we haven't seen yet that responds to all those health department questions.
Sure. So we have submitted some follow-up information to Cheryl Ball ahead of the upcoming October 18th meeting. So we do plan to, with Cheryl, close out all the remaining questions, which to my knowledge right now, we've satisfied. We've provided information and follow-up for all their questions, and we're just waiting on her. We'll likely have a follow-up call with her to confirm our answers and if she finds them satisfactory before we meet with the board. And we're happy to forward those to the select board as well.
That would be great. I think that should be part of our record. Thank you. Let's see, the last set of questions was about, this might be more for Kristen. So the planning department has called this use of an energy storage facility, it's classified it under warehouse. Now, it seems intuitively obvious, at least to me, that there might need to be different requirements for placing an energy storage facility versus placing a warehouse. But I understand that, we don't have an energy storage facility category in the zoning bylaw yet. Might be a great idea. My understanding is that the email we got about that was because a person had asked for an explicit ruling on the classification as a warehouse. You explained that there's an appeal process to the ZBA, and we've heard from that person that they are planning to appeal the ruling. So I recommend to my board members that we wait until how the ZBA appeal goes before going on with this hearing. Because if it's not a warehouse, we might not be able to permit it. We might need to wait until we have zoning regulations that, describe an energy storage facility and where it can go. The last comment was we're going to need to consider. One of the great things from the planning memo was sort of describing all the mandatory findings we had to come up with in order to agree to this project. And we have to agree that the project protects the town against adverse effects on the natural environment. It's a pretty clear phrase. But like most phrases in bylaws, I imagine it's been the subject of, lawsuits and, court rulings and all that. Because it seems to me, sort of on an intuitive level, that cutting down a bunch of trees and bushes and an intact forest and replacing them with impervious paving with, large metal objects on them is an adverse effect. So I guess a question for the planning department is, are there any clear legal precedents that would allow or disallow this interpretation of adverse effects on the natural environment?
So that's really up to the board's discretion. There's nothing, to my knowledge, that has been established by case law for that specific term that Acton has in its site plan special permit.
Great, thank you. Okay, so then there is my statement about whether it is. The last comment would be, I guess, for the proponents. We see that 100 Discovery Way has, 358 parking spaces for uses that require, if you add them up, 57 parking spaces. So there's a whole lot of paved area there that's not needed for parking. And I was wondering if you'd considered putting the storage facility right there where it's already been paved. There's no damage to trees, no damage to the town's environment, just putting it right on a paved area.
Sure, that's a good question. So we can clarify with planning. Our interpretation of the bylaws is that per the net floor area on the site of the existing building, that there actually there's quite a number of required spaces for the property in general, parking spaces, and that the site as is actually may not even meet that requirement in terms of the number of parking spaces. We can clarify just to make sure we don't want to misrepresent any interpretation of the bylaw. And it is a good discussion. Obviously, when we develop projects, we do work with landowners to just see if there's interest in a project, and then we work with them on a location of the site. So the site location, or I should say location specifically on the site, was guided or resulted from discussions with the property owner as to where they prefer to see the project located, and where it made sense in terms of minimizing disruption to the operations of the office building, et cetera. So again, we can clarify on the exact number of required parking spaces, but at least per our interpretation of the bylaws, that there's actually quite a number required.
So I guess then my last question might be for Kristen. We did see the memo that had the 57, the 300 extra parking spaces. So if you could clarify that, because you've apparently been talking with Blue Wave about this.
Yes, I don't have the exact number off the top of my head right now, but they had additional parking spaces, more than is required. So Acton in this particular zone has minimum parking standards, and the site exceeds that. So there's more parking spaces than needed according to the bylaw.
Okay, great. Yeah, that's what I thought. Thanks. That's it for me. Sorry to take so much time.
Thank you. Other comments from other members of the board? Imogen.
Hi, yes, a few quick questions. So Regarding the Board of Health, I serve as the Board of Health liaison, so I will be seeing you October 18th, I think was mentioned. In terms of your work with the Board of Health, can you give us a little bit more context as to how you've worked with Cheryl and what you'll specifically be what you'll specifically be talking about to the Board of Health so that if people want to attend, they can?
Yeah, happy to. So the Board of Health controls our jurisdiction over hazardous material control permits per the hazardous materials bylaw that the town has. As part of that bylaw and subsequent permit, so that permit was identified as needed in pre-application meetings with the town, of which the Department of Health was a part of. As part of the information we submitted to that permit, basically the Board of Health is asking, what are the types of materials that your site involves? How are you storing them on site? Do they present any potential risk to public safety, mostly from a surface and groundwater perspective? So the information we provided to the Board of Health includes specific details on the equipment that we're proposing on the site, the batteries, their enclosures. That includes material safety data sheets on the battery cells themselves. Also, another item that we submit information on from a materials perspective is the oil that's used in the transformers, which is often an item that is a concern over potential spillage. We've been following up with Cheryl in terms of how to view what actually, I guess, is considered hazardous on the site from the town's perspective. And what we've provided as follow-up information to the board, or to Cheryl, to be used in our conversation with the Board of Health is, so the way the battery cells are constructed is, and typically when you're thinking about, or what the hazardous materials control permit is looking at is, again, materials that cause concern for maybe spilling and how those are contained. So it's primarily liquids. Each battery cell has a certain amount of liquid electrolyte in them by their design. So what we've confirmed with Cheryl is how much liquid electrolyte is in those cells. Those cells are all hermetically sealed, which is the primary containment for that liquid electrolyte. And then confirming with her how much space and volume is there in the enclosures themselves to contain that liquid electrolyte if it were to, say, an individual cell were to rupture and some of that liquid electrolyte were to come out. So that's part of the calculations we followed up with Cheryl on, the information. Additionally, that application includes, a site plan, spill procedures, so what to do in the event that there was a perceived spill or a reported spill of any material on site. And then just generally information, again, on the composition of what is included in those batteries. And again, the transformer oil piece as well. So.
Thank you. That's really helpful. My second question is, at least for this, and I understand for the purpose of this special permit, our purview is only to looking at this specific site and not looking at relocation. But I am curious, in terms of how you came across and decided on this site, you mentioned that it was working with other landowners in the area. Can you tell us a little bit more about that process and how you ended up deciding on this specific location? Thanks.
Yeah, absolutely. So typically when Blue Wave is approaching looking for ideal project locations, Blue Wave sends out, and has done so for solar and now does so for energy storage, hundreds and thousands of letters to all kinds of property owners across the state of Massachusetts and outside Massachusetts. We screen every property we come across to find properties where we have the least amount of impact and where we get responses from landowners. So least amount of impact being, can we avoid impact to wetland resource areas or buffer zones? Obviously, are we outside of floodplains? Is there any priority habitat maps through an HESP? Can we construct a project, of course, under meeting standards that the bylaws have, whether that's open space requirements, et cetera. So we have all these sites, potential sites, and we have a team of people that screen all those sites for those factors. And if they find one that basically checks enough boxes, they can, so effectively we're as much as possible lowering that impact, and we receive responses back from those landowners, then that's typically how we would proceed. It's you'd be surprised actually at how few people will respond to you in terms of, so you might be like, wow, this is a fantastic site, this looks great. but you send a letter and you try to reach out to that landowner and you never get anything back. So we can only obviously permit or propose projects on sites that we have an agreement with the landowner on. And in that case, this is one of those sites where we had a landowner who was interested in the project, and from our perspective, the site, we could avoid a lot of impacts that you don't want to see a project.
And then a quick follow-up to that, were there any other landowners from Acton that also expressed interest, or was it just the one?
I would have to go back and check. We currently don't have any other sites in Acton that we are planning to consider or propose for our project. I could certainly follow up and provide that information more specifically.
That would be great, thanks. And then my last question is, you mentioned briefly about the fire protocol. So like if there is a fire, if there is an accident that happens, you do have a protocol in place. Can you go into a bit more detail on what that entails? What is the response of it? And then also, can you give us a little bit more details as to whether any of the other sites that you've managed or overseen, have they had fires in the past, or is this something that's never happened before?
Sure. So what will be finalized prior, or what would be finalized prior to construction of a project would be an emergency response plan with the town. So in terms of procedures that you would go through for responding to an event, the first step obviously is reporting or detecting an event. So is there some condition that the system has indicated there's a problem? Whether, again, as I've kind of mentioned in the introduction, is there some voltage irregularity? Obviously, if a fire alarm goes off, then that's typically the most concern. It is the most concern. So the first layer of response would be if some of the condition is reported or the system shuts itself down. Obviously, if there's a fire, then that alarm would be transmitted to the fire department, the central fire department, so that first responders can go out to the site and make sure that the situation is contained and under control. Blue Wave's Remote Operations Center would also be dispatching appropriate technicians to go to the site who are certified to work on the system. Typically, in those events, we would guide first responders to, respond to site about containing, but not specifically trying to solve the problem, because we don't want to put anyone's lives or safety at risk. In terms of, the site can be still electrically active, it's still a high voltage setting, you have to follow certain procedures. So there's certain procedures to observe in terms of, treating all equipment as live, not, making sure you're following correct protocols. First responders would have appropriate gear, so SCBA, breathing apparatuses, and that's all precautions to make sure that, what we've learned from events in the past and other projects, you take that, you iterate on it, and you make it better so that your response, doesn't put anyone's health at risk. And then, obviously, once a response goes out in coordination with the fire department, police, if ideally, that situation is contained, there's no risk to public safety, in which case the site would continue to be monitored by operational staff from Blue Wave in conjunction with the fire department if needed. There would be, of course, after the fact, there would be a full root cause analysis, figure out, what happened, why did the system malfunction if it did, or what caused it to shut down, or, again, in the unlikely event of a fire, what maybe caused a fire. And then it would be remediated. So if there was say, firefighting water used, making sure that any potential concerns over areas used for water, or if there was, say, the aerosol dispersed in the containers, that's cleaned up properly, and that the site is basically fully restored, and there's no concern over environmental risk or exposure to the surrounding environment. So.
Great, thank you. And then, sorry, the last part of that, have you ever,
Yeah, sorry. So Blue Wave has developed and permitted and then subsequently involved in the construction of a number of DC-coupled storage and solar facilities. These standalone projects are some of the first that are being proposed in the state. So there aren't many, or I should say, in terms of developers like Blue Wave, there aren't as many standalone systems out there yet. There have been some through state-sponsored programs like the ACES program with the Clean Energy Extension. But in regard to the batteries that Blue Wave has deployed in conjunction with solar, we've not seen any issues or events with those projects. If there have been any events, it's actually, that I'm aware of, it's typically been from a component on the solar side, so some kind of DC-DC combiner box or some other piece of electrical equipment that, shorted or caused potentially an issue, but nothing with the batteries themselves.
Thank you. That's all really helpful, and that's it for me.
Thank you. Other questions? David?
Can I just respond to a couple
Yes.
things? Sir? So the Board of Health hazardous materials permit is not, is it really separate from this permit, right? So, and we don't have to go last, right? So if we approve the site plan permit, the Board of Health could deny the hazardous materials permit. In addition, if people were on the board were concerned, we could make our approval contingent on the Board of Health approval. The planning department has, to get at one of Image's concerns, the planning department has also recommended that we have a condition that the fire department be trained before the site's permitted. And finally, Jim, to one of your concerns, just as my own personal opinion, until some of the offshore wind projects get into place, there's not going to be too much excess energy to dump. However, I believe that installations like these greatly help with local electrification, right? Which I mentioned during my remarks, right? Facilities like these will allow, this is a prime goal that we have in town, right? Allow us to have, electric car chargers and heat pumps and everything else and make it through the evening power demand. Thank you.
I'd just like to touch on the training point. So we absolutely would provide training, to the fire department in town. One thing to keep in mind is that every system manufacturer, it is different. So you don't want to treat it like the fire department did say they have received training in the past on some lithium systems. That may have been for one of the past projects in town, but we do want to make sure that, that's understandable. The industry and the equipment changes very rapidly, so we want to make sure that they're trained appropriately. So we would provide that and work very closely with them to make sure they're entirely familiar and comfortable with what would be proposed prior to construction.
Thank you. I think, Kristen, I've got a process question to the planning staff. The question of whether there's an appeal to the Zoning Board of Appeals about the classification of this use as a warehouse use. How would that proceed? What kind of time frame would we be looking at? Has a formal appeal been submitted yet? Just fill me in on that process a bit. Thank you.
Sure. So we have not received a formal appeal yet. I'd have to pull out my timelines for you, but typically the timeline follows a public hearing is held, I want to say within probably 30 days. I'm guessing because I'd have to double check, but and then there's a public hearing that would be held. The Board of Appeals would make a determination whether to uphold the zoning enforcement officer's decision or to deny it. If they were to deny it, it would mean that they disagree with the interpretation that I've made. And then, the project wouldn't move forward in this instance. And then if the Board of Appeals were to approve and uphold the zoning enforcement officer's determination, the individual that filed the application could then take that to land court and appeal it in that way. So that's kind of the next step up if they were not satisfied with the determination of the Board of Appeals.
So I'm speculating that if that happened and went to land court, that's probably a multi-year process?
That would be my guess, but I can't confirm.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board? If not, I'll entertain some questions from the public. Okay, if folks would like to please identify yourself first, use the microphone, and we are going to try to keep the comments brief and to the point. Thank you.
Thank you, Deborah Symes, Concord Road. Excuse me, I'm actually up here as a co-president of Green Acton. Green Acton sent a memo last evening to the board and to the town manager, pardon me, because we, did a bunch of research on this and read through a lot of the applicant's materials. And the bottom line for tonight is that we want to ask that the board continue the hearing until some of the outstanding pieces of information are answered or resolved. We have, and I would actually say now that there's the ZBA and the BOH question, I would, just as an aside, encourage you to do that, especially in light of those. So Green Acton looked at this stuff. We identified and totally resonate with a bunch of the potential benefits that this kind of facility can provide. We have questions. The applicant and David and Jim have all touched on some of the things that we put into our memo, things about our local firefighters equipped to deal with the unlikely event of some kind of thing happening, right? Which you've made reference to. One question that we had that I'm not sure has been clear, and maybe the Board of Health is asking this, which is if there were a thermal event, explosion, fire, are there any gases that could escape the facility, be volatilized, and enter the atmosphere? And if so, what would those be? We asked some questions about groundwater and surface water concerns, and then or questions about those. And then, some of the biggest things, of course, for Green Acton are, hey, this is a mess of trees we'd be losing, and we never like to see that. Trees provide a host of environmental services, carbon storage, they limit erosion, they provide flood control, they offer shade, they improve air quality, physical and mental health, blah, 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 blah. There are a bunch of them. So the clearing of what apparently, I think, if we read it correctly, is 0.3 acres of wooded area is of concern. And then, as Jim said, the mandatory findings, and he read that language that says that the board, action by the Board of Selectmen, which it used to be called, in considering a site plan shall find that to the degree reasonable, the site plan protects the neighborhood and the town against adverse effects on the natural environment. And we would consider the loss of those trees an adverse effect. And Green Acton, likewise, Jim stole some of our thunder, likewise noted that there's this massive amount of paved area that's, un or underutilized, a little bit unclear. And I know that you don't have the authority to say, hey, applicant, would you change your siting? But I'm going to say to the applicant, could something else work on something that's already paved?
Okay.
That's it. Thank you. Sorry.
Next.
Bill Clowa, Piper Road. I have been pretty much aware of this property since back in the early 1950s. It is a depleted sand pit, and water runs right through it. It runs underneath where all of the cars are stored for the auto auction and everything else. It's part of our water supply. If anything goes wrong here, we don't have any way of stopping the flow of water. If we have a hurricane that drops 12 to 15 inches of rain, which we're not used to here, but it's becoming more commonplace, we have to prepare for these sort of things. If these were oil tanks like we used to have over at Mecca's, Dean knows what I'm talking about, you had to build dikes to keep the stuff from going down into the water. So this is something for you to consider. The other thing is, when this whole area was being developed for Brucewood Estates, the kids used to go down there and go through all of the soil looking for the projectile points from the earlier inhabitants of this area. It seems to be kind of rich. Third thing, when Honeywell was there, they had an underground tank which contained ammonia. I don't see any reference to this whatsoever, but I was the underground tank inspector back in the 90s, and I saw its installation. I don't know whatever happened to it. It seems to have fallen off the record. Fourth thing, there is a cell tower down there with its own battery system. if, in the event of a lightning strike, what will these batteries do? And we don't know. I mean, it's all sitting on water. It's a great conductor of power, and I just don't know how you would dissipate all of this. So I think those are just a few things to think about. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Michael Schultz, at 24 Brucewood Road. I want to just address the safety issue, and specifically, I'd like to address a couple of claims that have been made. One, when an ESS facility explodes, it is not a slow-burning fire, as they discovered in Arizona in 2019. It's a massive runaway chain reaction explosion, as one failed battery leads to the failure of multiple batteries within the system. So it's not slow burning. Also, it's not easy to put out with water. That's why Fire Chief Hart has requested extra training for his firefighters in the first place. ESS fires are extremely difficult to put out. Not only that, but they can erupt again 2 days or even a week later. In the August 31 technical review, it was claimed that these fires occur in excessive conditions, 120 degrees plus Fahrenheit. That's not true either. I mean, lithium batteries explode all the time in the cargo holds of aircraft where the average temperature is 50 degrees. Heat may be a contributing factor, but it is not a requirement. Fourth, it was claimed during the technical review, and I really didn't hear you guys, you were careful on how you worded things, but you cannot be 100% certain that a massive explosion will not occur at 100 Discovery Way. Maybe it won't now, but what about 5 years from now, 10 years from now? You guys will have moved on. Everybody will have forgotten. 15 years, 20 years from now, there's still a massive box full of lithium batteries sitting in the middle of the woods. My fear is that an explosion, now or in the future, could ignite one nearby tree in a heavily wooded area. That explosion would cause fires that would spread south into our subdivision. It could spread east to the auto auction right next door. Imagine all those cars burning. It could spread west into the conservation area that we just spent so much time, effort, and money trying to preserve. This is a real danger. I am not being alarmist. It not only happened in Arizona in 2019, injuring 8 firefighters, which is again why Fire Chief Hart wants extra training. It occurred 21 times in South Korea in just a 6-month period between 2018 and 2019, 21 times, causing the South Korean government to shut down 544 ESS facilities throughout the country. I support solar power 100%, but we should not be so enamored of solar power that we just rush into all this without any mention of ESS in the master plan and without really considering seriously the dangers that it poses. And I'm also surprised we only get 2 minutes when you got all the time you wanted, but we're the ones putting our property and our lives on the line for this guinea pig proposal. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Angela Morrison. I live at 15 Brucewood Road, right down the street from him. I have a few comments, questions, and answers for you guys that you guys did not know earlier. So, my main point is I thought Acton's main goal was to remain a tree-filled town. It's in our master plan to be that way. And with all the development lately, it doesn't seem like that's the case. It also seems like this project is being pitched as a green project, but really how can it be when you're cutting down so many trees? What is the environmental trade-off of cutting down all those trees for this battery storage facility? It's also my understanding that the size of this storage facility specifically is so small that it wouldn't provide enough energy in the case of a power outage. So how is this project worth, cutting down so many trees, and what's the environmental trade-off of it? I personally would love to lose power for 2 hours because we have neighborhood parties when we have power outages. So I don't mind not having power, and I think a lot of people need to shut off from technology every now and then, and it gives an opportunity to do that. And then the next point is, where are all our animals supposed to go? We live in a neighborhood, we call it the woods, we love our animals, we send emails to each other about all the sightings. You guys mentioned that there's no endangered species in that location, but I wanted to know when the last survey was done, because I see a lot of red-headed woodpeckers in our neighborhood, and I know those are in the endangered list. I'm trying to get a picture of it, but I have been unsuccessful. He flies pretty quickly. One of the other thing that I want to point out is that we should be preserving the open space for animals, and that area specifically is a wildlife corridor for them to travel along Route 2 safely. And then the other thing I wanted to just point out is that those trees were in place, that are in that specific place that they're trying to cut down, was a contingency for prior projects. The 20,000 square foot addition required those trees to stay in place so that our neighborhood wouldn't see it. And then also the cell tower. The cell tower, you guys made them go and take pictures in every location of our neighborhood to make sure we didn't see it, and that's the only reason why it passed. And then the minimum parking requirement is 53 spots. You guys have 358, so obviously that's 305 spots more than what's required by town law. And then obviously the safety concerns are obvious, as Michael just stated. There was just one last week in California of a similar battery storage facility. So putting it this close to a thickly settled, tree-filled neighborhood, to me just seems like it's more about corporate greed than, you know, human life. But I'm a CPA, so I like when people make money, because, you know, we're all in it to do that, but not when the value of human life is at risk. The other thing is, there are a lot of unused commercial locations with no trees surrounding it, and it sounds like you guys already screened those property locations, and it seems like those owners didn't respond back because they care more about human life than your current building owner. So I would hope that this building owner would reconsider it, especially knowing that the neighborhood is so against it. And then, Mr. Martin, you mentioned that the town can't change the location, but in reality you can, because it's your judgment of whether this has an adverse impact on our neighborhood. So I just want you to consider that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Janice Ward. I've lived on Brucewood Road for more than 30 years. And so I have a unique perspective about the trees. The trees are really important in Brucewood Road because Brucewood Road runs parallel to Route 2. The only thing that keeps our neighborhood quiet is the trees. You can tell in the summer when they're all in bloom, and you can tell in the winter when the leaves go away that you can hear more noise from Route 2. Noise pollution. Our neighborhood doesn't need any more, and if you cut down all these trees, we're going to have more noise pollution. Please don't do this.
Thank you.
My name's Runaway, and I moved to Acton about 12 years ago, and I live on Brucewood Road. So I think the top priority for me is the safety of myself, my family, and also my neighbors. I mean, if it's in a winter storm, we know there are a lot of trees in the neighborhood, and if one of the big trees fell to the facility, what's going to happen? That's going to damage the batteries. And we know lithium burns in water. That's a fact. So it's a pretty dangerous metal. The other things are, the lithium battery is not safe. If you go to an airport, you check your luggage, they always remind you, don't check lithium-ion battery in your checked luggage. So they want you to keep your hands on your lithium battery, so that's why you have to bring it in your carry-on luggage. The other thing is, if you remember, 8 years ago, there was a MH370. Basically, it's a Malaysian airline that flies from one of the cities in Malaysia to Beijing, and that disappeared. And I think there are many governments spending months trying to search for that airplane. And one of the theories was that there was a load of a lithium battery in the cargo, and that caused the trouble. So The bottom line of safety it's my top concern. The other one is I do have a question regarding the business model. I work in the industry for many years. So if you have a plan, you always have a business model. So as far as I understood, basically, this battery plant buys the energy while the demand is low and the price is low. And then you sell that back to the grid when the demand is high and the price is high. So you are making the difference. You're making that money that way. So to me, it has nothing to do with the clean energy that this project is proposing. It's just about making money. So thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Rachel Wilson. I live on Brucewood Road, and you say your name. This is Liam. You have a question? No, you're getting shy now? Okay. Well, I've talked about it a lot at my house, and so my kids have asked. Okay, now he wants to say it with me. What did you ask me when I first told you about it? You said, why do they want to let all the animal habitats go away? Right? And I said he could come here and ask and learn something about how government works, but now you're getting shy. All right, that's fine. So I think most of the questions have been asked. I don't want to repeat things. There was mentioned that it took a lot of water to put out fire, so what happens when we're in a drought and we have water shortages, we already try to limit our water usage in town. I have lots of questions, but it's hard for me to see that this is actually solar. I understand that the state has programs that are encouraging the use of battery as well as renewables. As far as I've tried to understand, and there's a lot of information out there, but it sounds like there's also programs where you can get credits for having renewable energy, and included in that is energy that comes from a battery. And then, I can't talk while I'm holding your butt, sorry. Oh God, sorry. All right, so it seems to me that there are all these different programs where you can get credits for putting energy back out onto the grid, even if it isn't directly from solar, battery being one of them. And so I think, and I could be wrong, that companies like Blue Wave can get those credits by putting the energy back on the grid, and then they can sell those credits to the Eversource and National Grid that have requirements. And so it's really just a money transaction versus actually helping with solar. I think that it's telling that the owner was interested in this particular portion of the property because it doesn't affect him. He can't do anything else with it. It's just woods. So this is just additional money he can get from what would otherwise just be woods. And my other concern is what happens at the end of life. So is the town have some plan of who's responsible when the batteries die, and who's going to be paying for that? If they need to have cleanup, the property owner decides to walk away, doesn't do anything with it, who's monitoring this? And I think some of that was in the Board of Health, so. I guess
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Alma Sandman, Arborwood Road. I'm not quite sure who owns this property, who will own this building. Is it still going to be in a rental stage, or is it going to be owned? And to that extent, if there is a catastrophic event, who pays? Is it the current owner, the owner who may leave town and hook up with somebody else, or is it the town who pays for that catastrophic event? And if the facility ages out, who pays to take care of it? If this company doesn't materialize and eventually loses money and they just skip town, are we stuck with a bunch of lithium batteries? And then the other question I thought of today was, where they have built these things before, where there's home ownership that abuts these places, do the homeowners' insurance companies require that those homeowners carry a larger policy on their home? And so that's all I have to say.
Thank you.
My name is Elena Petrov. I live at 1 Pinewood Road, and actually my remarks follow exactly the remark previous talking. I'm the real estate agent, and I have the same concern if the homeowner insurance need to be increased or added just to cover that, because if the fire come up from the outside sources, we might not be covered by the regular homeowner insurance to rebuild. The other aspect I'm worried about is the changing of the property value, because the neighborhood setting is the most high desirable location in towns, and a lot of new buyers, and especially younger generation, has a high concern for the environmental effect to the properties. And I know that the houses nearby high voltage value or high voltage lines has less value and harder to resell. I know that the properties next to the cell towers has less demand. I know that even if your house located next to the underground, the electrical facility, when you have the underground, because there's a current that affects as the radiation, the buyers don't want to buy. So the whole part of the street and everyone who live behind, in addition to maybe danger and exposure, maybe higher owner insurance, they will lose part of their value they already own, and that is the most important wealth that goes through the generation. I think we need to consider that when we give the permission to build this kind of facilities, even regardless of the environmental effect, because this is how the town gets taxes from what we have value. If the property value diminish, you will have less money to work with from the beginning. And the second, I understand why the owner want to have this facility in this location, because that is the part of the land do not bring him money. He cannot do anything. He already get money from the parking lot. He already have the money from the buildings. So now this piece of the wood, he can use it. So I think we need to take that in consideration when the owner don't want to move this facility on already paved area. For what? It doesn't cost anything for him.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sasha Petrov. I live with Elena on 1 Pinewood. Just to preface this, I do have questions about, like people have mentioned before, explosions, potential explosions. Like someone said, what is the cost? You know, what is the cost for labor to be put out for a potential fire? What's the cost of training that labor? Do we need to hire more? I mean, what would be the impact on the town for having to, you know, to deal with that response? You know, would we have the capacity, the materials, the funding to train it for that sort of situation? Because this is a relatively new thing, you know, these lithium storages, so we are not really equipped for this at all. Now, I mean, again, this has been a main talking point, but again, I think that if a point is made over and over again, I think that that should be even more cause to listen to it. So I just want to reiterate, I'm really concerned about the ecological as well as the quality of life effects of this potential storage facility, just on the area, because, you know, you said, you know, you'd replant some trees, but replanting a few trees, it doesn't do much of anything to help, you know, the immediate destabilization of the ecosystems here. And like somebody said, there's a conservation land, like so close to here that we have spent so much time and funding on, you know, preserving and continuing the sort of well-being of. And so, somebody said that, somebody on the team said that, there's no endangered species here, which is not true. But even if it was true, I don't understand why that specification should matter at all, because all animal species are important. It doesn't matter whether there's endangered or not any endangered species here. We should be working to protect all of them, And the deforestation that's happening with this potential project, deforestation has already happened. I've seen it for the various housing developments that have been built here before. And, as well as invasive species that have already been hurting trees in this area. It's already led to biomass loss. It's already led to weakening of ecosystems. And this is just another thing that will destroy these. We need to keep these ecosystems alive because they are already weakened. Again, a few trees, that will be planted, they will take time to grow, which will do nothing to affect the immediate loss of biodiversity. And even when they are grown, will that be enough? It won't be. It won't be enough to have a few trees replanted. That won't be enough to successfully bring back the populations that will be affected and that will decrease from this.
Thank you. Thank you.
Sorry, it's Angela Morrison again. I just have one more point. It's 2 sentences. So the company, Blue Wave, and the building owner is set up as an LLC, which means there's limited liability for the company. Can the town require both Blue Wave and the building owner to personally guarantee that if something were to happen, that they would cover the cost of any damages incurred by the neighborhood? That's all.
Thank you. Okay. David, comments?
I have, based on comments from the public, I have 2 questions for the team. Someone mentioned the risk from a tree falling on the facility. Can someone comment on that?
Yeah, so we do, so obviously apart from the cleared area, there will still remain vegetated trees in that area. That is part of the reason why the tree clearing limit does expand slightly beyond the fence line. That's not just because we want to clear more trees, it's to provide a slight additional buffer from the fence line to the trees, and it's also why the equipment is set back from the fence line as much. The setbacks in this plan from the equipment to the fence line is greater than what's recommended by the manufacturer and required. In those instances, we provide additional setback to account for, potential tree fall. And, there could be instances in the future, just like with a house or with other developments, where if monitoring the site, there's a particular tree that's a cause for concern that it may fall, then we may have to approach the town about removing a tree, just like you would if you had to remove a tree if it were potentially endangering a home or development. So.
And one other question, people asked who will own the facility.
So there is as was mentioned, a LLC that's set up for every project. That's standard industry practice for really any kind of development, whether a subdivision or a building or an energy storage project. Blue Wave would own and operate the project long term. And then I know this question came up a few times, maybe in relation to that, which is what happens if Blue Wave goes away, or if there's, who's there to kind of take care of the system. So typically, and Blue Wave's always done this on the solar side, and we would intend to do so as well with storage. We would enter into a decommissioning bond for the project that the town would have access to, as well as the property owner, so that if in the event Blue Wave somehow, for whatever reason, we're no longer around, there would be a bond that the town could pull that would provide funds to remove the project, the batteries from the site, so that they're not just sitting there.
Thank you. That end of life question will also probably be a hazardous materials question for the Board of Health. And the last comment, someone asked about the training for the fire department. The fire department's already been trained in these kind of facilities, and there'll be additional training as part of this project. Thank you.
I understand we have some people online that wish to make comments. Matt?
We have one. Please go ahead, call-in user.
Yes, please.
Hi, this is Sarah from West Acton. Okay, so the first thing I'd like to say, if people are concerned about an acre of trees, please join the Green Act and Land Use Committee that is talking about a land clearing limit bylaw. Secondly, if this project is approved, which based on what I've heard so far, I hope it is not, that any bond and responsibility for property damage should be included as a condition of a permit. Next, I'd like to call attention to the video I sent to the select board showing what one of these fires look like. If the fire department is trained now, do they need to be trained every year? Where are the chemicals stored that they'll spray on such a fire, and what if that storage leaks? Frankly, I see this as unnecessary for the reasons that Jim brought up. I've yet to see the energy benefits. They seem entirely theoretical. I've seen no calculations that have included the loss of the trees. I believe it's too soon for such a special permit to be heard because you are our elected officials, and you're the last word. I think we should hear from the Board of Health first. If you do actually vote on this tonight, I urge you to vote no because of the dangerous risks and negative impacts to the neighbors, the loss of trees. That many trees would be like adding another fossil fuel burning car to the roads. I recognize the environmental justice aspect of putting a facility like this in an affluent community instead of yet again in a neighborhood that's already suffering from environmental abuse. But I don't think that's a factor here because I don't feel like this facility is needed at all, as has been pointed out. This is a profit play. This is not a community necessity, and it doesn't have to be approved. Not here and not anywhere else. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Two more hands were raised while she was speaking. Would you like to continue to take them?
Yes, please.
Next up is James. James, go ahead.
Trying again. Can folks hear me?
Yep.
All right, great. James Fuciotti, 19 Brucewood Road. Hearing an echo of myself, but just wanted to chime in to echo all the comments from our neighborhood. In addition, just wanted to ask if this is really worth it. The last person who was speaking kind of touched upon this, but it seems like a lot of effort to go through the environmental impact, the noise impact, the potential health impact, and all the way down the line for what is questionable energy storage and use, and all of the financial questions that were brought up as well. So I wanted to also ask if the company proponents of this project would be using new or used batteries, and also wanted to also question the parking space rules given, hybrid work and all the things that we're going through right now, if that's all still relevant, if this project can be relocated and rethought based on that. Because in addition to what one person in the neighborhood said about part of the property that's not making any money for the property owner right now is the property owner's attempting to change that. It's also the back of the property where the tenants and the property owner do not have to see it, but the neighborhood has to see it, especially in the wintertime. And I just don't think it is worth it. Taking my comment.
Thank you.
Kim, please go ahead.
Yes, this is Kim Castens from 294 Road. I'm looking at your website, and I've got a couple questions about your company and its business model. So you have a project map, and it does not appear to have any of these kinds of freestanding energy storage projects. So I'd like to know how many of these have been completed in Massachusetts?
Yeah, can you just continue with your comments, and we'll start doing answers later.
Okay, so how many comments, how many of these projects have they completed, and can they give the town some contact people in the towns of projects that they have been completed? And also the website refers to lease income for the property owner and also an income stream potential for the town. And I wondered, what is the lease arrangement with the property owner, and is there indeed an income stream that comes to the town out of this commercial arrangement? Thank you.
Do we have anyone else, Matt?
We have one more.
Okay.
Hi, my name is Megan Argo, and for the record, I wanted to make everyone aware of the gas that lithium-ion batteries release when they have a thermal event or explode and catch fire. So it's hydrogen fluoride, which is also known as hydrofluoric acid. In large clouds, this gas can travel about 25 miles or more, and it causes permanent damage to the lungs and eyes. So my concern is, of course, for the environment, but for also the neighboring families that live around. If you have a gas cloud like this that escapes, like, I don't know what your safety plan is for that, to distribute gas masks for the entire neighborhood. We have a neighborhood full of families and small children. So for the record, I would like it to be noted that this is a potential hazard. Thank you.
Thank you.
That concludes the online hands raised.
Thank you. We'll allow one.
I was just wondering, is Blue Wave the company that received 2.4 stars on Google for managing projects out of, I think it's 4 or 5 stars? That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you for your question. All right, that concludes the public input portion of the hearing. How would the board members like to proceed?
Well, I think it's up to you, Mr. Chair, whether you want to get a sense of the board. I have a potential list of conditions. If we want to go there tonight, I guess we first need to decide, what we want to do tonight.
Well, I guess the question is, and it's been raised a couple of times, whether there should be a continuance until after the Board of Health has acted on this. I'd like to get a sense of the board in that fashion.
Yeah, I agree. I think that there were a lot of good concerns raised today, and that it would be doing our due diligence to wait for the Board of Health and the presentation that our applicants give to them, and then hear from our experts on health what they think in terms of whether this is a good idea or not. But I think it also gives us more time by extending public comment to hear from more people, to really consider all of the feedback that we got today, because it was all really helpful. That's it for me.
Thank you. Fran?
I echo what Hima just says. I am not in a position to make vote tonight. I think given the public input that we've had over the course of the month, I think that's important, and we should just extend the public hearing. And I just wanted to add, it's really nice to see young people at our meeting tonight.
Actually, Fran says we're going to need a stool.
Jim?
I think my concern is actually more, in terms of continuance, which I'm in favor of, is more about the zoning interpretation. The analysis that allowed this to be categorized as a warehouse specifically drew on Mass General Law that talks about solar storage. Storage related to solar energy in particular. And and that's normally what the energy storage projects we've had before us so far have been associated with renewable energy projects. So I'm concerned about the interpretation. I'm looking forward to, a deeper discussion at the ZBA where they are, they're lawyers and they can actually, think well about this stuff. I'm just left with some concerns about, is there any actual solar gain in solar energy that's caused here? So on the other hand, the concern I have about the raised earlier about damage to because of the small clearing, I don't see how we go down that route very far. It's a mandatory part of every special use permit. We don't have a bylaw currently that allows us to say, limit tree clearing. If we created one out of this requirement, we would suddenly be looking at, every special use permit that required some tree clearing would be, damaging to the environment. And that might be a route we want to go in, but that's not my reading of the current board, that we want to, stop, pretty much any development that cuts down trees. So, that's where I was hanging my hat before, but now I'm more concerned about the zoning.
Thank you. David?
I could move for a continuance if you wished.
I think that seems to be the sense of the board. I would defer to the planning staff as to the propriety of doing a continuance at this point and what the procedure might be. And hopefully the applicant will agree to that continuance.
So, Mr. Chair, you're right. It would be, a continuance would have to be agreed upon with the applicant. Typically, when a board is all in favor of a continuance, that's usually a signal that it's a good time to consider that request. But I would kind of defer to the manager's staff to see when the next meeting date would be that would be available. And then obviously after the Board of Health meeting. But otherwise, you just need a signed continuation and agreed agreement.
David?
From sign language from the manager's staff, maybe November 7th at 7:10, and I'll make that motion if that seems to be agreeable to the board.
So I would ask the applicants if that's agreeable.
Yes, we would like to request a continuance, and we agree with the board and the public. We want to make sure the questions are answered, and we're not going to try to, we're not here to try to force some kind of action. We want to make sure everyone's concerns are addressed, and more than welcome a continuance.
Okay, thank you. David, make your motion.
I move that we continue this hearing until November 7th at 7:10 in this room.
I get a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor of any discussion? All in favor of continuing this hearing until November 7th at 7:10 p.m.? You say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Okay. See you gentlemen back on.
Yeah, thank you for your time. Thank you.
I'd like to thank the members of the public for bringing up lots of good points. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, did the water department ever comment on the project?
Yeah. If we get the room cleared if everyone's leaving so we can continue on with the rest of the meeting, please. Mr. Clowa, to your question.
Yes, thank you. Due to my sight limitations, I can't read everything, but did the Water District ever comment on this project? It's upstream from Losbrook Wells.
And we can look into that.
Thank you.
I did not see a comment from them.
Yeah, it might be worth looking at. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I believe that this project is in zones 3 and 4.
Okay, thank you. All right. New and special business. First item in this category is the Indigenous Peoples Day discussion. Himija.
Yes, so I have some updates, but also want to take this time to gather feedback from the whole board. So one thing that I've been trying to do over the past few months is reach out to our Indigenous communities. And as you know from the last meeting, we heard back from the Neshoba tribe, or members from the Neshoba tribe who helped with looking over the proclamation. And to Jim's suggestion, I did further outreach to the Nipmuc tribe and specifically tried to find if there was like a specific contact I could reach out to, and was actually successful last week. So I was really grateful to hear back from one of the members of the Hasanamisko, apologies if I pronounced that wrong, band council. They are kind of they're the voting body for the local Nipmuc. And so they mentioned that they do have a process through which we can present our proclamation and see if we can get a vote from their band council on this. But because I had reached out to them and heard back just last week, they said that the next meeting they would have would be likely in mid-October, but it might even be that we would be put on the agenda in November because they are getting a lot of requests around this time. And so one thing they did mention was, if you want to, you can kind of go through that process. Personally, I would love to go through that process. I think that having an official vote from their council would mean a lot and would put a lot of weight on our Indigenous Peoples Day proclamation. The flip side of that would be we would have to delay this again. So wanted to get your feedback on whether you think this is a right decision or if this was a good direction for the board. Also, upon reading emails, it did seem that some people wanted to have more public comment and input into this process. And I think that it's a valid ask. This is a Town of Acton proclamation, but I think that prioritizing Indigenous voices will be critical. And so I think embracing all feedback, prioritizing Indigenous feedback, I think is a good way of going about this. So my proposal is we had scheduled an October 8th Indigenous Peoples Day event taking place at the Memorial Library with some of our members from the Neshoba tribe kindly agreeing to provide a little bit of context on their local Indigenous history and current day significance. And so my goal is, if the board agrees, to kind of continue with that, to celebrate Indigenous Peoples Day in that way. And also to some of people's comments, provide a bit more education to our community on the significance of Indigenous Peoples Day. And then as I have the chance to do more of that outreach with our Nipmuc tribe, see if we can, at a future select board meeting, hopefully around, I want to say late November, putting forth a proclamation that we can then vote in. But wanted to get your thoughts on that. And I also, and Lisa was kind enough to put the Indigenous Peoples Day agenda on our DocuShare. So if we, as a board, could vote on that, I think that would be really strong. And then we'll continue our outreach to the local community and hope we get a good showing. And the event will be held on October 8th from 12 to 1 p.m. at the Acton Memorial Library. And that's it for me, but wanted to get your thoughts on whether that sounded okay as kind of next steps.
Thank you. Comments from the board? David?
So I think it is great to get, the more input from the tribes. I was just wondering whether it might make sense to change the proclamation that you proposed to just proclaim Indigenous Peoples' Day this year, and then move forward with a permanent hereafter proclamation after the process completes. That would be, if that's not something you want to do, that's fine. But I just wanted to ask the question.
I would be all for that. I think that from the conversations I've had with the Indigenous people that I was able to reach out to so far, a lot of them are very much in support, and also just speaking to Acton residents on this, I think that it's something that I think would show real support for our Indigenous and respect for our Indigenous population.
Other comments from other members of the board? Jim?
I'm happy to take Image's lead on this and wait until, have a longer period of time for consultation and discussion. I mean, to me, that was always the most exciting part about this change, was to, have more public education, have more public conversation, and I'm in favor of that. Especially, I'm so pleased that you were able to, get a communication line with the Nipmuc, and I think there could be some really interesting, conversations, but that involve, both these representatives of the Neshoba tribe and the Nipmuc tribe, to sort of understand what the shared story is about this area back in pre-contact times. Thanks.
Fran?
Thank you so much for working on this, Himija. And I would be in agreement with David. I would be ready to vote on this tonight to declare this coming October 8th as Indigenous Peoples' Day. And then I think it's great that you contacted and got a Nipmuc, the Nipmuc tribe to go through that ceremonial end of things. So that's where I stand.
Thank you. My feeling is that this could be an important event, and it is something that could go badly as well. We've seen pushback when other boards have taken precipitous action without getting the buy-in from the community. And I'm really looking forward to attending the Indigenous Peoples' Day event in the library, and I commend you for putting that together. I think it's premature for this board to make a declaration at this point. I think we should make sure that we have ample comment time for not only the Indigenous, but also other members of the community to be able to comment on this, so that we get a sense of community rather than a top-down sort of approach to it. So my preference would be do the event on Saturday, move ahead with the public comment period, more input from the Indigenous community, and come back November, December, whenever. I'd rather do this right than do this fast. So I think that's the way you get buy-in, and as I say, we've seen what happens when boards act precipitously. So that would be my vote. Imogen.
Yeah, I would be interested to hear the public commenting. I think that for me, even just like, I think that there is something to say about us voting as a board, recognizing October 10th as Indigenous Peoples' Day. I would be interested in putting that motion through, but would love to hear public commenting first before we discuss that and the potential of that, because I think it would be important to recognize it, but I do think that in terms of the proclamation, like was mentioned, really making sure we get Indigenous voices and perspectives on it would be key. But having Indigenous Peoples Day is something Indigenous people across our country for decades have been advocating for. So yeah, would love to hear public commenting.
Thank you. Comments from the public?
Hi, Alyssa Nickel, School Street. I just have one thing to say to all of you tonight. Last October, the 5 of you were sitting here, and the 5 of you declared Indigenous Peoples Day in 2021. So I don't know what pushback you're speaking of. It could have been a few people who were disappointed in that, but I invite the board to please do it again this year. The schools have already put it on their calendar. They have for years. Columbus Day is not even a federal holiday. It's a Massachusetts holiday, and the Massachusetts tribes have been asking since the 1990s for us to replace Columbus Day with Indigenous Peoples Day. And as a resident of Acton, I expect true leadership from this board. Thank you.
Madeline Cruz, Sasham Way. I just want to say that I'm quite disgusted. Indigenous people deserve to be recognized. How long have they been waiting for? Over 600 years. Do you know that I am part Indigenous and so are my children? And the fact that you guys keep gaslighting issues that happen to BIPOC people is absolutely disgusting. You have a duty to recognize these people and give them their day. It's one day, they deserve it. Christopher Columbus was a murderer. He committed massive genocide, raped, slaughtered, killed, the list goes on. Enough gaslighting, enough covering up the bigots in this town because, ooh, we hurt their feelings with the truth. But guess what? It's the truth. And the more that the town talks about these things, the angrier I get because I still don't feel equally represented, not just as a woman of color, but what my roots are. And it's all over the place. But that's still not enough. You have to do better, not just for one group of people, but for all of us equally. Stand up and say enough is enough and stop sugarcoating things that shouldn't be sugarcoated anymore. It's 2022. Enough of this madness already.
Linda Vieira, Great Elm Way, and I don't understand the hesitation. It's on the calendar at the library. It's like 5 days away. Why would you not stand up and say, yes, let's do it? It's 1 hour. What is the problem? Like Alyssa Nickel said, this has been planned for over a year. Do it. It's on the calendar. Please do it. Thank you.
Danny Factor, 11 Davis Road. Madeline talked about Columbus and the genocide that took place all across North America. Part of why we need Indigenous Peoples Day in Acton is to remember what happened here, to remember King Philip's War, and to remember how that resulted in the annihilation of peoples. And that the town of Littleton and the Praying Village, all of this in our collective memories. And Dean, to refer to such an action as top-down, declaring October 10th Indigenous Peoples Day is the most bottom-up, grassroots, empowering thing that we can do. Thank you.
Hi, Corinne Hogseth, Seminole Road. The UN has recognized Indigenous Peoples Day for I don't know how long, decades, on August 9th. So I wonder why there's never any interest in talking about the contributions of Indigenous, the history and the culture of our Indigenous people in August, and why, once again, a certain group of people are trying to co-opt something that belongs to us. And by the way, Alyssa, Columbus Day is a federal holiday. It's absolutely a federal holiday. It's been celebrated in this country for over 200 years. Dean, you were talking about, the rash decisions that have been made by the school committee, right? The school committee did this to Columbus Day about 6 years ago as well, on the initiative of a single member of their school committee with no impetus from the community at all, no input, nothing. And I sat there and I listened and I talked to them. I'm like, why are you doing this? Who's asking you to do this? And basically they all voted. They voted unanimously to do it anyway. And their conversation went something like this. Sounds like a cool idea. Literally, that's what they said. Yeah, I think this sounds interesting. Let's do it. And then the next year they changed it back. So, they said that they've been doing this for years at the schools. They did it again 2 years ago when they rushed through killing the mascot. Don't make the same mistake. We have Indigenous people, we have Columbus Day. They are two separate things. Please stop messing with our history. This is like a pet project for just a certain group of people. And it does nothing to unite people. It never does anything but divide. And yet you keep doing it. I'm talking about like you, the committees in this town, not just you folks, but just in general, it's like it is not a uniting move, period. Find something that unites people. I got my tax bill today. I think everybody could get behind lower taxes or at least stopping the spiraling of our taxes. I don't know, Himaja, did you get your tax bill today? I'm saying there's the people, if the people on this committee would worry about the things like we saw tonight, hours actually spent discussing an issue that directly impacted residents. That's what you should be focusing on, not these little pet projects. I listened to a school committee meeting, the last one's 3 hours long. They didn't talk about education once in 3 hours. So that's what I have to say. Thank you. Please, just leave Columbus Day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Nijan Datar, Wincliffe Drive. At the last meeting, it was pointed out that August 9 was Indigenous Peoples Day, as proclaimed by an international body. But somehow that didn't count, and I have no clue why. But then what about the fact that next month is Indigenous Peoples Month? Why does the Select Board have to waste time dividing the people when the group under consideration will have an entire month devoted to their history? The reason is that this has absolutely nothing to do with Indigenous people, but everything to do with the ongoing assault on the very foundations of this country. As Dean Charter mentioned last time, this day came into being in response to the discrimination and lynchings faced by Italian Americans more than a century ago. But even aside from that, Columbus is a man worth celebrating. He was a man of enormous courage, setting out to do the impossible. People like him are giants who have paved the way for millions who came after them. He may have not been a saint, but he should not be measured by the standards of our time. If you are going to do that, then spend a moment on the Indigenous people you are celebrating. In fact, one of the tribes Columbus encountered asked for his help from the brutalization inflicted on them by another tribe, the Caribs. Native Americans had their own form of slavery. It was not race-based, but was based on the spoils of war. In addition, over the next centuries, many Native Americans owned slaves that they purchased from the transatlantic trade. How does that fact interfere in your eulogizing of Native Americans? Slavery was ubiquitous in much of the world, and if Columbus is to be condemned for that, so should the Native Americans, and so should even my ancestors from India. We honor giants like Aristotle and Columbus and Washington and Jefferson for their extraordinary contributions to human advancement, which far outweigh their flaws. Condemning one group for transgressions while turning a blind eye to equally bad behavior by another group shows that what you are after is not honoring Native Americans, but you are after moving Columbus from a hero to a villain. Finally, the proclamation, I just had a brief chance to go through it today, has wording about land acknowledgement. What is the purpose of this? If you truly think you are living on stolen land, shouldn't you give it back? How does proclaiming it as stolen land do any good? If I stole $100 from you, I could make a similar acknowledgement and refuse to give your money back. This is empty virtue signaling in the endless quest for permanent victimhood. Keep next Monday as Columbus Day and go to town in November and celebrate the entire month for Native Americans as much as you want. Thank you.
Thank you.
Couple of points. I'm Charlie Cudlick, Paul Revere Road. First of all, and I think Alyssa said it, this is a rerun of what all of you did a year ago. Go look at the TV version of the select board meetings of just about a year ago. The same points were made. We should involve the public. To my knowledge, absolutely nothing has been done to involve the public. Why is that important? Well, it's always good to have the residents of the town know what's going on. They probably support it, but they need to be told. But I have a very different problem with this whole thing. I finally got around to reading the entire document called resolution, the whereas, therefore, and next to the last paragraph has the words land acknowledgement. I had no idea what that meant, so I started looking it up. I sent some emails and I got some answers. It's going to be a statement, it says right there, read by the town clerk at town meetings, which has to do with land acknowledgement. So looking up what other towns, institutions, their wording for that. And it's basically acknowledgement that the land that we living on right now belong to Indigenous people hundreds of years ago. That's fine. But then it goes on and uses the word unceded. That's U-N-C-E-D-E-D. Now, the combination of land acknowledgement and unceded means that these tribes never turned or sold or otherwise conveyed this land to anybody. So as Nijan just said, we're trespassing. Now, does that mean anything? Well, if you look into it further, there's some areas in this country where it's gone to the tribes demanding their land back. In Mashpee and on the Cape, they tied up the real estate market for years because the local tribe wanted the land back. Long stories, I don't have all the details. But what really bothers me is this whole issue of land acknowledgement is in the next to last paragraph where nobody will notice. It has not been once mentioned in your discussions here. No explanation why it's even in the resolution. The resolution says the wording will be local entities and the tribes. Himaja and I with some emails. Your last email to me said, we have not started writing it. Who's we? You? Who's the we? If you have an answer, please give it to me. So, to repeat, there has been no information in any direct or indirect way given to the residents of this town what this is all about. Yet at the next town meeting, the town clerk's going to read something, some wording, which I don't know what it's going to be, and nobody else does except the town clerk and a few of you, that's going to acknowledge what? That we're living on land that we never legally owned? That can have some significant circumstances. You'll check that with town council. This could be a very big problem. So I think we need to let people know that this is being considered. And those of you who are promoting it have an obligation to let the residents know what to expect. Thank you.
Thank you. Matt, I believe we've got a couple of people out there that would like to speak.
Absolutely. First up is calling user number 1.
Hi, it's Tara from West Acton again. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. I'm so glad that Charlie has acknowledged that we're trespassing. This is a really big step. Thank you. So what it seems is that this is a protest to protest the historical conquest of North America by Europeans and to call attention to the losses suffered by the Native American peoples and their cultures through disease, warfare, massacres, and forced assimilation. I agree, give the land back. Many towns and cities and even countries are giving land back, starting with an acre at a time. We can't do that without a town meeting vote. But what Himaja is proposing is a non-binding acknowledgement. At least 12 states and hundreds of municipalities in the United States have already done this. Wasn't it the same excuse last year to try and slow the process down? Please, get it down. I think you have the votes. Vote it in. Somebody make a motion, and somebody else second it. Thank you.
Thank you. Matt, another speaker?
Yep, next is Lindsay.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Hi, my name is Lingsa Chesnakis of Quarry Road, and I actually support Acton's proclamation to celebrate Indigenous Peoples Day for many reasons. And I think that, part of why we are even having this debate is honestly because a lot of people in this country are still quite ignorant about Columbus's crimes against humanity. As some people mentioned, genocide, torture, rape, enslavement of Indigenous peoples, specifically in the Bahamas, Hispaniola, and Venezuela. And we know about these crimes because Columbus himself kept detailed records of what he and his men did. So it's not exactly a secret, right? It's just the fact that most people do not want to teach elementary school students about things like rape and torture because those are unsavory, right? But the truth is that I think celebrating Columbus Day is akin to celebrating Hitler because of the many crimes that he did. And not only that, but the King and Queen of Spain imprisoned Columbus toward the end of his life for his mismanagement of those colonies. So for folks who are concerned about the removal of Columbus's name, I actually think that celebrating him is disrespectful to Italian Americans because it's like saying that he represents the best of Italian history, which is simply not true. And lastly, Indigenous peoples such as the Nipmuc and the Wampanoag, who are still living among us today, their history has often been taught through only the lens of colonization rather than uplifting what their culture has taught us about preserving the land and respecting nature. Just as the previous conversation we had about environmental concerns about blue wave, right? Many people didn't mention that Indigenous people have been doing this same conservation work since way before Columbus arrived in Bahamas. So I believe if the town of Acton truly values the animals, the trees, and the land that we live on, then it's worth celebrating the original inhabitants of this land who continue to do that work. Thank you.
Thank you. Matt, do we have another one?
Last up, we have Aaliyah.
Thank you.
Hi, this is Alia, Spruce Street. I'm just really surprised that we're still having this conversation about Columbus Day. So my family is from the islands. My grandmother's Crucian, from St. Croix. So St. Croix is, I think, is the only part of the United States that Columbus ever actually landed on. I don't know if he landed or he parked right outside, but the people from the islands, like my family, where I come from, there's no celebration of Columbus. There's always been like two education, the education that we get from schools, which is, generally based off of the European point of view of history, and the education we get from home. And Columbus was not our hero. Like, none of us were celebrating him. We did what we had to do in school so that we could pass, but there's never been this celebration of us as him as a hero. And it's really nice to have it, be able to say it out loud and have it acknowledged in our communities, in our communities, especially when we share our communities with predominantly like white or populations from other countries and culture, that is actually being discussed out loud. But I do hope that we, celebrate Indigenous Peoples Day and, we stop celebrating Columbus Day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Scott Myers, Central Street. The Indigenous people have an interesting and rich history, and it's certainly worth learning about, knowing about, and as I said a couple of weeks ago, and as someone said earlier, there is an Indigenous Peoples Day in August. It seems like the real purpose of this is to tear down Columbus Day, and maybe that's what you should call it, this anti-Columbus Day, and then you could have Indigenous Peoples Day in August and have a real celebration for their contributions at that time. And then you could do what some people seem to really want to do, is just get rid of Columbus Day and everything it stands for, and tell a lot of other people that they're ignorant about Columbus, but they seem to forget the real purpose of Columbus Day, which was because Italians and Catholics were getting lynched in the early part of the 1900s, late 1800s. It was common, and it was a way to show some respect to that part of that marginalized group of society at that time. That's the history of it. For decades around here, Columbus Day is really, to 95% of the people, nothing more than a 3-day weekend. There's no parades, there's no big celebrations, there's no ceremonies, and now we're looking at switching that to Indigenous Peoples Day. I have one suggestion for you, Himaja, for your get-together at the library. Please invite someone from the Italian American Citizens Club so you can explain to them why it's such a good idea to not honor those who got lynched and were persecuted for their ethnicity and religion. And that's not the message we want to send. We can have celebrations of different cultures without tearing down other segments of our same culture. It's just divisive, and it's not helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments from the board, or are we ready for a motion? Jim.
I was going to jump right to a motion, but if there's more comments, I'd love to hear those too.
2 quick points. I did not acknowledge that we're trespassing. Second, anybody who wants to give their land back to the tribes can do so. You don't need a vote of town meeting.
Thank you. I think we've got one more in the virtual audience. Matt?
Yep, Janet, go ahead.
Hi, Janet Azachi, Simon Hapton Lane. I was actually in the meeting room earlier, but the 100 Discovery Way discussion looked like it was going to take a long time, so I went home. I am just going to read my email that I sent on Sunday with some suggested revisions of the proclamation. I am writing to urge you to either, 1, delay the proclamation and do the substantial education and public outreach that I understand was supposed to occur during the past year but did not occur or was a stealth effort, which is why I remain unaware of any such effort. Launch the education public outreach effort next month, which is Native American/Indigenous Peoples Month. At minimum, collaborate with the Pine Hawk Friends Group, which offers wonderful programming throughout the year. then revisit the proclamation in September 2023. Or 2, make the proclamation this year with the streamlining changes I suggest in the attached red line and clean edited attachments, giving consideration to the option of making Indigenous Peoples Day a holiday to celebrate in tandem with Columbus Day, at least in the short term. Then initiate the education and public outreach effort described in number 1 above and revisit in 2023 the idea of dropping Columbus Day. I have a personal interest in Indigenous culture and have no quarrel with celebrating Indigenous Peoples Day. I also doubt that most residents care what the holiday is called, provided it remains an excuse for a 3-day weekend. What bothers me about the proposed proclamation is the short-circuited process for considering and adopting it. The proclamation is not just some anodyne proposal, such as for Arbor Day or Be Kind to Animals Week, but is potentially controversial and relates to a holiday that is not yet widely accepted even in Massachusetts, not to mention the United States. And yet the proponents seem to be putting the cart before the horse, investing more time and energy in the tediously long proclamation language and the prematurely outlined first celebration next week than in doing the more important, if also challenging work of bringing the general public along on this journey via educational events that would increase public awareness of and interest in Acton's Indigenous roots. This approach strikes me as disrespectful of Acton residents and insulting to their intelligence. We deserve better. Thank you.
Thank you. Images.
Yes, I would like to address some of the comments that were made. First of all, Columbus Day celebrates one man, and we oftentimes talk about not conflating one specific individual with an entire ethnicity, which is kind of what we're doing right now. We're talking about Italian Americans and how they're related to Columbus Day. They are two separate things. That was what was talked about at last meeting, and that's what I strongly believe. Second, in terms of public commenting, we are in a public commenting right now. This is a chance for the public to provide say into what we do, which is an important part of what we do as public officials and will continue to be an important part of what we do as public officials. The third thing is, in terms of an educational event, that is what is going to be happening on Saturday. The Friends of Pine Hawk do wonderful programming. I've been in contact with a few members there. We'll be releasing the URL to this event for people to sign up through the Friends of Pine Hawk listserv, which we're really grateful for their help with. So highly recommend to come if you want to learn more about Indigenous matters and especially the atrocities that were done to our Indigenous people and in many ways continue to happen because we refuse to acknowledge this day. In terms of the International Day for Indigenous People, that happens in August. Again, that is an international day. That is a UN-recognized day. The other hat I wear on top of being on the select board is I serve as the youth observer to the UN, so you're kind of preaching to the choir here. What I'm saying is it is an international day, and that means it is not recognized in the US specifically, and that's something that needs to be codified here in the US for us to recognize it. And so again, the reason why we really want to celebrate this day on October 10th is to really make sure that we're listening to our Indigenous people who have been advocating for this for a really long time. That was my long-winded rant, but I do think that we should move forward with a motion, at least similar to like Alyssa was saying. Last year we did vote in support of an Indigenous Peoples Day, and we kind of launched the process of this year of trying to reach out to our Indigenous communities, getting more feedback, and putting together a proclamation that really, at the heart of it, prioritizes them and prioritizes their contributions, which exist today but are oftentimes never heard of or are never highlighted in our daily processes. And so I think that we should move forward with putting a vote saying that we do support Indigenous Peoples Day and recognize it as October 10th, I should say, of this year, And in the meanwhile, if people want to forward more comments to me, happy to listen to them and read them. And then in the meanwhile, I'll also continue to reach out to our Nipmuc tribe to make sure that they are being represented in this space. That's all for me.
Thank you. David?
So to that end, I would like to see us issue the proclamation that Himija put into the record last meeting, substituting the second Monday in October with October 10th, 2022. I mean, we could go through other edits in the proclamation, but I think that there's nothing really bad in the proclamation, so I think we should move forward with that and then continue with the process that Himija outlines.
Okay.
Yeah, one slight thing. I wonder if we can vote in, or if we can say we're in support of the we can say we're in support of the process of putting together this proclamation, and we recognize Indigenous Peoples Day as October 10th, 2022, just because I do want to make sure that the Nipmuc tribe has an opportunity to vote in the proclamation before we as like a select board vote to approve that officially.
So I'm a lot closer to Himija on this point than I am to David, because I think the proclamation does need a great deal of work. And I do think the process has been truncated. Obviously, people had some impressions that some more work was going to get done this year towards this process, and it didn't happen. So I would be okay with voting this coming Monday as Indigenous Peoples Day with no proclamation, and have a chance to get more public input and some edits to that proclamation, and you bring it back at that, whenever the proper time is, would be my preference, frankly. Jim?
Let's see, was there some content first? Yeah, about land acknowledgements. I've listened to a lot of different land acknowledgements. I find them very moving. Some of them use the unceded land, some of them don't. It's a matter of, research and preference that's going to, we're not, obviously we don't have a land acknowledgement right now, but they're not that hard to write. I've heard a lot of them. They're pretty straightforward. But I do agree that taking some more time on that is a good idea. So I'm thinking, that if we declare, Monday, October 10, 2022 as Indigenous Peoples Day, and encourage people to attend the, October 10 events at the Acton Memorial Library, and that we're in support of, developing a proclamation, that might fit the mood of the board.
David?
I would move what Jim said, except I think he had he missaid that the October 10th event at the library, I think it's October 8th at the library.
Yeah.
So I think Jim's 3 points in his motion were to declare October 10th, 2022 as Indigenous Peoples Day. I encourage people to attend the event at the library on October 8th, and that we will continue to develop a proclamation.
Fran?
I suppose I could get on board with that.
All right, so we have a motion and a second. I think David seconded.
Oh, with the friendly amendment of changing it to October 8th. Yeah.
The motion is second. Any further discussion amongst the board? All in favor of the motion as outlined by Mr. Snyder-Grant, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Okay, thank you. Look forward to more work and more public engagement on this. Item 5, hopefully less exciting. Not to denigrate Teresa, but authorize borrowing and sign the interim loan note closing documents for the wastewater plant rehabilitation project.
Thank you. It is definitely not as exciting as the last few hours. So my name is Teresa O'Leary. I am the tax collector and deputy treasurer. Unfortunately, Steve wasn't able to be here tonight, so I'm here on his behalf. So as you will recall, at a recent town meeting was approved the borrowing for the rehabilitation and repair of the wastewater treatment facility down on Adams Street. And we have the very boring task of obtaining a vote and some signatures to finalize the loan documentation. So I believe Steve sent out the motion. I do have a copy of it if you need it. And Lisa has the paperwork that we can, send down the line for signatures. And I'm happy to answer any questions if you have any for the vote.
Thank you. I don't think that I have the wording for the vote. I'd be happy to read it. Thank you. One, the town shall issue a bond or bonds in an aggregate principal amount not to exceed $4,500,000, the bonds, pursuant to Chapters 29C and 44 of the general laws, and a vote of the town passed June 21st, 2021, Article 5, for rehabilitating, improving, and/or making extraordinary repairs to the wastewater treatment facility, the project. 2, that in anticipation of the issuance of the bonds, the treasurer is authorized to issue an interim loan note or notes, the notes, from time to time in an aggregate principal amount not to exceed $4,500,000. 3, that each bond or note shall be issued as a single registered security and sold to the Massachusetts Clean Water Trust, parentheses, the trust, at a price determined pursuant to the financing agreement or agreements with the trust related to the project. 4, that the treasurer is authorized to determine the date, the form, the maximum interest rate, and the principal maturities of each bond and note, and to execute one or more financing agreements with the trust with respect to the sale of the bonds and notes. Such date, form, and maturities, and the specific interest rate or rates of the bonds and notes to be approved by a majority of the select board, and the treasurer is and evidenced by their execution of the bonds or notes. 5, that all action taken to date by the town and its officers and agents to carry out the project and its financing, including the execution of any loan commitment or financing agreement by the treasurer, and the execution of any project regulatory agreement by the town manager, are hereby ratified, approved, and confirmed. And 6, that the treasurer and the other appropriate town officials are each hereby authorized to take any and all actions necessary and convenient to carry out the provisions of this vote, including execution and delivery of any financing agreements and the project regulatory agreement during the project, relating to the project. Would someone care to move that?
I'd like to make that motion.
Thank you. Somebody care to second that?
I'll second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing,
Sorry.
go ahead.
Just wanted to remind us that Article 5 had an amendment that passed that required that the money not be spent on expanding the system. Saying that aloud is enough for me. I don't feel the need to change the motion. That would be just too much work.
Okay, thank you.
Paperwork is over here. Lisa will pass that out for you. There's 4 places for each of you to sign, except for Madrid, you have 7, because there's you have to attest to the vote. All right, thank you.
Thank you. All.
Good evening.
All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Passed unanimously. Thank you. Number 6, approve intermunicipal agreement for Regional Health Coalition. Mr. Manager.
This is a grant-funded project that we're involved in with Westford, Dracut, and another community, and it's really been helpful to provide more resources to our health and wellness efforts. And this intermunicipal agreement is a renewal just to continue the project for another year, and we'll be back if it's to continue further.
Thank you. Do we authorize you and you sign it, or do we sign it, or?
If the board approves approve and authorize for me to sign it on behalf of the board, please.
Okay, could I have a motion?
I move to approve the Regional Health Coalition Agreement for another year and authorize the town manager to sign it.
Thank you. A second?
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded. Any discussion? All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Passed unanimously. Item 7, discuss American Rescue Plan Act investment plan.
I'm just glad that the remaining items are going to be quick.
Yeah.
So earlier this fall, we restarted the process for considering the ARPA investment program. There was a few public meetings held by the Select Board, a meeting held by the Finance Committee last week, and other opportunities for public comment. And we did receive several comments from the public and from members of the board and other boards and committees. I believe all of those are incorporated in the document that was in the packet listing 33 requests with a new numbering just to keep it to keep complicating this further. But it's we have about $2 million to allocate in the second round here, and each entities and each project request is outlined here in that list that's published in the packet. I did provide a spreadsheet for the board to use today if you wanted to kind of really dig into the numbers and start looking at what each one looks like. I sent it to you this afternoon. I have a copy here if anybody needs a copy of it. I have some general, so the Finance Committee went through the entire list last week and made its recommendations for how to invest $1.962 million of ARPA funds, and I've included that in the spreadsheet for your consideration. And I have also provided a narrative preliminary recommendation to try to give the board a sense of some of the things that I'm thinking about when I look at this list, and I'm happy to go through that one by one right now, or go from questions, however you want to handle it.
I think if you read through your recommendations and any item that you're suggesting funding, if you can give us a number. I think Mr. Martin was going to work on the spreadsheet on the screen as well so that we can fill in the blanks.
Okay. I can, so if you look at R1, that's Acton Boxborough Regional School District. They're requesting $500,000 to make the total allocation $2 million. The Finance Committee recommended funding most of that additional request. I recommend that the board consider funding it. The second item, R2, I would recommend that the board consider funding that from other allocations and not call it out specifically, which I think we can do in the accounting office. Item R3, which is contribution to McManus Manor. This is important because the state is right now reviewing applications from the Housing Authority to finance this big project to create senior affordable housing over on Main Street. And they look at local contribution as a factor in how they are ranking different applications from across the state. And they're a little bit, they asked us, or they asked the Housing Authority, is the town contributing to that project or not? Because it looks like there's $1 million of CPA funds set aside, but it also looks like the purchase of the property requires the housing authority to pay the town $1 million. So is there really a local contribution? And I think we could say that it is, because the town purchased that property a few years ago. But I think that it is important to show a local contribution to help the state be encouraged to fund this project. So I would recommend that the board consider R3 and R19 together and decide whether it wants to allocate some amount of money to that project in either of those categories. And I think it makes sense to do that. R5 and R6 are requests from the Acton Water District. I really am looking for the board for some direction on how it wants to provide funding assistance to the water district. It's a little bit unique as an entity compared to the other groups that have asked us for funding, because it does have its own ability to borrow from the Clean Water Trust and to raise revenue and to borrow. So I think it has more options than most of the other groups that are asking for assistance here. So I just wanted to, I wanted some direction from the board before I made a recommendation on that one, or those two rather. R7, I think that we could hold off on that additional $500,000 until we have some shovel-ready projects. So I'm not recommending that at this time. R8, I feel that there's a plan for reusing the space that includes the ASA Parliament House, but I don't believe it's ready right now, and I think some additional planning is needed. So if those resources are better used other places, I would recommend we not fund this fund that project at this time. R9 is Narrow Park accessibility improvements. This is an important project, but I do believe there are other options for us to try to get this accomplished, whether through grants, CPA fund requests, or other funding opportunities. So that's my position on that. Senior Center Cafe. I think we need to do something differently at the Senior Center to try to get more people there. And if the COA thinks this is a good way to do it, I think the board should consider funding a portion of this. There are other funding sources that I think we can access to offset the full cost of this Senior Center Cafe startup. I do think funding a portion of it from ARPA would be a good idea. The R11 is the town hall meeting space right outside the finance office, which I think would be a good space for residents and staff to meet and talk about things. I think it'll be good to have that in place as we start planning events leading up to the 250 celebration and things like that. But again, that's something that I think we can find other ways to fund that, and so I'm not recommending it at this time. Our 15 is a critical infrastructure need that has been part of our CIP and planning process. Replacing the fuel depot is an infrastructure need that supports both the town operations, police, fire, DPW, et cetera. It also supports the school operations. All the school buses and the case transportation vans all use that facility, so it's critical to keep that online. So I recommend funding that. The rental advocacy pilot program, I recommend funding a portion of this. I think that developing a pilot study will help us identify a framework for us to increase resources for renters. I think we've heard a lot of ideas. I think we've heard a lot of concerns. I think we do a lot as an organization to help in this area, but I think developing a pilot study to really lay it all out there and identify the best path forward would be a good investment. Emergency rental assistance, R17. We actually worked through our community resources team. We actually worked to have people access the state RAFT program over the last year and a half. So the 150 that's already been allocated hasn't been used yet. So I'm not recommending additional funding at this time because I think we could use that over the next 3 years. The child care subsidy program, that is a very popular program. It's nearly already fully subscribed for FY23, so I recommend funding that again next year or in this round. R19 I addressed earlier. I don't believe that the board would fund the entire project through ARPA, so I'm not sure what amount would really help advance that effort. We're really relying on a grant to accomplish that project at this point. So I just think that the board should consider some sort of contribution to McManus Manor. If it's not directly for sewer, then for something, just to show a local match. And South Acton, so R20 is South Acton Wastewater Treatment System. The Finance Committee had an interesting discussion about this the other night, and I agree with where they ended up on it. If it's a $1.3 million request, 800 of that is to help offset some of the cost increases that were in the project that you just signed loan documents for. And what we ended up doing was pulling out some things that were less critical, but we would want to do in a comprehensive project, like pump stations. And so the 800,000 was to take care of those. And the 500,000 was to advance efforts to add additional discharge capacity to the wastewater treatment system, which is a critical need to support the users of the sewer district, or the people that live in the sewer district. And so I think any effort we can advance in that direction will help make sure that we have capacity to treat everyone's needs. So I'm recommending 500,000 be allocated, and that we handle the 800,000 through other means incrementally over the next several years, rather than trying to do it all at once. And for Haywood Road, I think that's a very important project, and it's a critical improvement that we need to make in this community. I just don't think it's shovel ready, and at $1 million, it would take up a large portion of what's remaining. So I think it would be better to continue working on that and develop a funding strategy through other means. R22. This is an important project that we're doing on Great Road to try to identify ways to support the business community there. We're looking at local wastewater solutions as well as central wastewater treatment. I don't think that investing another $300,000 at this time would make a substantial impact in what is needed there. And my recommendation is to let us finish the study that we just started last week and see where we end up. And then we can identify ways to fund any next steps that come up. R23 was withdrawn. They have a better plan for that, or we have a better plan. R24, I think we could always add resources here, but given the other competing priorities, I'm not recommending it at this time. R25 is the town hall parking lot and the library parking lot. Last week, we had 3,400 visitors at the library, which is getting back up to near where we were a few years ago, which is nice to see. Tonight we had more than 100 people come to town hall. For this meeting, we have a lot of people that use this parking lot, and it's in need of repair. It's in need of pedestrian safety enhancements and improvements, and this funding is something that would offset a capital need that we've identified for a few years, so I'm recommending that the board fund this at the amount requested. Stormwater management and readiness, this is an interesting one, R26. There wasn't an additional request this year, but I bring this up tonight because we received the grant a few weeks ago for $1 million for the River Street Grant Project from the Dam and Seawall Program, which gives us a little more financial flexibility to complete that project than we had when we were developing this ARPA plan last year. So I think we could safely reduce R26 by $350,000 and allow some money to be freed up for other projects. R27 is the Nagog treatment facility. This facility is a private facility, but it actually manages wastewater for a lot of businesses up in Nagog, including some major corporations and our largest employer. It provides septic wastewater for some public housing and many residences up in North Acton. I recommend that we fund an additional portion to help with the I&I issues that I've identified there. R28, I bring that up because that's an opportunity to potentially reduce last year's allocation. Fortunately, we've been able to leverage federal and state programs to get many of the things that we need or have needed to provide COVID response, such as testing. We have 13,000 testing kits that we got from the state and several other things like that where this funding wasn't really needed. And so I'm not suggesting that we return it all, but I think we can return a portion of that to free it up for other use. R29, I'm not recommending that additional allocation at this time. R30, we have declared as a community a climate emergency. We have a capital improvement plan with several climate change related initiatives in there. I recommend that the board fund a portion of this request to help advance efforts towards net zero and other things that we're doing related to sustainability. R31, I would recommend that the board consider combining R30 and 31 and providing some funding in that area. And R33, I do think that having another bus would certainly provide more capacity to transport our residents. Before we invest that amount of money, I'd want to look at other alternatives that may be available and other ways to complete this or achieve that goal. So I'm not recommending that investment at this time, but it is something that we're committed to continue to explore, in particular through the budget process that's coming up next month. And that's all 33 projects. Any clarifications or questions?
Well, I'd like to lead off, with a couple of the projects that I would personally support. I think the R10, the Senior Center Cafe, maybe 100,000 is not the right number, but probably something approaching that is a good number. As you know, I'm liaison to the Council on Aging. They've discussed this with COA staff, and the COA board supports this concept. The idea is we're having a really hard time with getting the seniors back socially. They're socially distanced, and they're not attending the events, and there's a lot of social isolation, and there could conceivably be some nutrition issues going on with the senior population, which is the fastest growing portion of our population. So the idea is to kind of rework the model of the dining room that's there now, making it more of an at-will cafe sort of situation. The funding would be used initially to get some additional furnishings and startup costs, food and that sort of thing to get started with, and then set up a revolving fund for ongoing expenses. Staff costs would be absorbed by a formula grant that the Council on Aging gets anyway, so it's not like we're creating a new program with no way to fund it in the future. So I would be very much in favor of that particular project. Yes.
May I suggest that we don't have to visit these multiple times, like that we get a sense of the board on each one? Because we have to vote at the end. It doesn't make sense, I think, to call for a vote on each one. So maybe for this one, you should just suggest a number, and if we agree, I'll put it down. The spreadsheet I have here will keep a running total and a running total against the total amount that we have. And so I can visit that at any time and let us know where we are.
Good. Well, in that case, I would recommend $75,000.
I'll let you tell me when you have the sense of the board, and I'll put down what you said.
Which number is it? R10. Senior Cafe.
I'll try to move it. Unfortunately, with the live captioning, it blocks the screen. Sorry.
Comments?
I just wanted to add to what Dean was saying, attending the Human Services, celebration of the building, seeing seniors gather, and it was so moving, and I thought this would be such a great way to continue having them gather. I'd love to know what the model will look like, but it's kind of a nice idea.
Thank you. Jim?
So I went through and tried to put numbers on these things to see if I could make it add up to 2 million. Pretty close. But this particular one, sorry. This particular item, so I was just saying that I put in numbers to try to make them add up to the 2 million that we have. And in this particular item, I left it blank, but I'm reading the town manager's comments that say, consider funding a portion of this matched by other available sources. So I wasn't sure what those other available sources were and how much they might be able to meet this, $100,000 request. Just because there's so many other things competing for this, for the ARPA money. If there is a way of reducing this, I'd be in favor of that.
Well, I think I'll take a stab at that when there are several gift accounts that have been established. Very generous people that remember the senior center in their wills. So I'm not sure of all of the balances, but my understanding is that they could accommodate a $25,000 cut out of those gift funds, and that's why I reduced it from the original request of 100 down to 75.
Were there other sources of funds that you had in mind, John?
That was the general sense,
Okay.
Other than just the operating budget that we could look at going forward, but yes, give funds for the startup.
And is it true that the Finance Committee recommended spending no money on this? Am I reading that right?
That's correct. But the Finance Committee, the ones they didn't recommend could be for a variety of reasons, not necessarily that they didn't support this project. In some cases, they didn't consider a small number of projects. In some cases, they thought it was better funded some other way other than ARPA. So I wouldn't read, we have Adam Nolde here if you want to ask him a question.
Sure. Hey, Adam, what's this thing? You don't like seniors?
I'm nearly there. So thank you for allowing me to speak. I think probably easiest just to give sort of a synopsis of the process that the Finance Committee used to look at decisions. Primarily, we wanted to look at the projects from the greatest service, and we started with health and safety, and then looked at which projects served the most members of the community in a diverse fashion. And then also projects that really didn't have funding sources other places, and then often excluded things that we felt either had funding sources other places or excluded supporting things that were going to have ongoing costs associated with them. I think we're talking about the Senior Center Cafe, right? I think the general consensus of the committee at the point on that discussion was that it's going into private business service effectively by the town, and it will have ongoing costs as far as health department, staffing, those sorts of things. And so we excluded it on that basis, thinking that there's probably other sources for that funding. And I can answer any questions about any of the specific topics as we go. So, but that was our general process.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
David.
Can I just make a general point? I would encourage us not to try to fit it at this point because we're less than $100,000 in. So because and if we only take one vote when we're done, then if we come down at the end and we're, let's say, $100,000 short, we can take go back and take 50,000 from here, 25 from there, or whatever we want to do. But if we try to fit each one, we've already spent 15 minutes on this, and we're only 1/33 of the way in. I would go through and just try to put rough numbers in and see where we are. That's just a recommendation.
Okay. So I would, moving along from that one to try to get this thing done,
Are we okay with the 75 to move on? So I leave that in the spreadsheet?
I recognize I'm in the minority on this one, so why don't you put 75? We'll get to it later.
Okay.
The R15 DPW fuel depot, $250,000. It's a good start towards that project. And we've all seen the presentation from Weston Sampson. The DPW Facilities Study Committee has discussed this and met. Their recommendation is being developed right now, the permanent report, but the one of the items that was unanimously decided on was that this was the highest priority of the entire project. The existing fuel tanks are approaching the end of their warranties. This is a shared resource between the town and the schools. It's essential that we maintain those tanks in good condition. And they're physically located right in the middle of the site, so that if we, eventually we're going to be rebuilding that highway barn, and having tanks in that particular location is going to be a real problem. So this one, for environmental reasons and for physical planning reasons in the future, I think it's a very, very high priority, in my opinion. So I would strongly recommend the $250,000 that we've discussed, or that has been recommended by the Finance Committee. We've got two thumbs up, 3 thumbs up so far. And I'll point out,
Sideways or down?
I'll point out to the, now, of course, the question people are going to come up with is, gee, aren't we going to electrify the fleet? Yes, eventually we probably will electrify the entire fleet. But this could be 10 or 15 years down the road before that gets accomplished. And we're going to have a real problem with these tanks long before then. So I think, and there's probably, who knows, with supply chain, with the production of enough batteries to electrify everything, who knows how long that's going to take.
Yeah, I agree this has to get done. I think my only concern was what's the right amount to use from ARPA, for right now. And so I had a slightly smaller number in mind, but again, I recommend that I may be in the minority here. I do think the electric school, the school bus, the school committee, the school staff are aggressively going after grants for electrifying the school buses because of the vast increases in federal money for doing that. So I suspect that'll happen sooner rather than later. But still, these are fuel tanks that are, as you're saying, near the end of their life. They need to be replaced with something. And, there needs to be some design money to figure that out. I thought, half that amount would be fine, but I haven't designed fuel tanks in a long time, so I got no idea what the right number is. Just felt like we could do it with less.
All right, well, I think we got 3 thumbs up, so let's put in the 250.
We can also come back again. Right, if we're short at the end, we can come back. I think, there's lots of projects that I'm not enthused about, but I'll let other people surface those. I think the other project that I think is very well considered is the library and town hall parking lot reconstruction. That's been something that's been carried on the capital plan for over 25 years. The existing parking lot behind town hall here is original to when the town hall was expanded, I think in 85 or 86. And we do certainly have, there have been some issues in the past. We had the discussion a couple of meetings ago about some possible designs for that parking lot and the improvements, so I would recommend the $600,000. Jim.
Counterpoint. I think this is a large enough project that having it go in an actual capital plan to be voted at town meeting seems appropriate. As you say, it's been slowly getting worse for the last 40 years. in the next, 12 months before we get the next town meeting, it's going to get a little bit worse, but it's not like it's not a human service crisis. I drove around there. There's a couple of bumpy spots I didn't like, but it wasn't like, oh my God, I'm going to be hurting my car by driving here. And I do agree there's some pedestrian safety stuff that'll be nice. But again, given the 5-to-1 between the requests and the amount we have, I thought putting this off until the town meeting and town budget would be better.
Okay, let's have a thumbs up. I'm in favor of the 600,000. Have any supporters there?
I'm in favor of this project, but I think this is one that we might want to wait just to the end of this process to fill in. Because it's so big, it kind of blocks out a big chunk of money. It blocks out a quarter of the money itself.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I would be happy to hear recommendations from other folks for projects. Fran.
Like the R18, the child subsidy programs, and can I couple that with the rental advocacy pilot program?
All right. My comment to that is that, the child care subsidy was brought in as a COVID emergency kind of thing. Our president has told us that the pandemic is over.
Excuse me while I put my mask on.
And I hope you all believe our president. So if we finance the child care subsidy program for $40,000 with the ARPA money next year, we won't have ARPA to go to, and it's going to end up either being terminated or it's going to end up on the tax rolls. Is child care subsidy a legitimate purpose for property taxes? This is, we're kicking the can down the road. And $40,000 is a drop in the bucket compared to the cost of child care. Obviously, child care is hugely expensive. But I just wonder if this is the kind of thing that we should continuing to be doing, and what are you going to do next year if you keep the program going?
Can I ask a quick question? John, what kind of programs do these funds cover? Do you have specific? Mm-hmm.
Yes. So this funding has been used to pay for community ed programs.
Mm-hmm. And after-school programs?
After-school programs.
Mm-hmm.
Just regular daycare
mm-hmm.
programs that, at a daycare facility, things like that.
Yeah.
I think this is hugely important to a certain set of residents in town. It's just enormously important. And in terms of this, funding, it's not, it's a relative, 1/40th or something of the total money. So I think it's a good buy. We know the demand is there. That the money that we did have is almost all gone for this fiscal year, and we're only a little ways into this fiscal year. So I think this is an important thing. And also, we're not hiring anybody to do this. So if the money ends at the end of this year, it ends, right? If we don't have another funding source and we don't want to pick it up in the general fund, then it ends. But also, I'll note that FinCom recommended this as well. And the rental advocacy program, I think that's an important thing. I think this is an opportunity to do a pilot to see what we can do. This is really a complicated issue. And I think we're not going to get anywhere without a pilot program. We have a lot of services already for renters in town. We can coordinate them better, find out what we need. I think it's important. So for me, I'd like to fund the child care subsidy program at $40,000 and the rental advocacy pilot at some level.
Okay, let's do the thumbs up, thumbs down first from the R18, the child care subsidy programs. 1, 2, 3.
I had it at 20, but 40 is
Okay,
fine.
put it on there. You got 3 votes. Let's go to the rental advocacy program. David, you suggested something.
$30,000?
Magic, that's what I had in my spreadsheet.
I think, the one thing I would caution you is I think there's been some expectations out there that the town is going to start hiring lawyers and providing legal assistance to renters. And I don't believe that's within our purview. And I think that if you go down that road of providing subsidized legal assistance to renters, then you're going to have to do that to all of the other taxpayers in town. So that's the one, if you want to do some kind of a pilot program for a smaller amount of $30,000, that's fine, but I think it's important that people clearly understand that I would certainly not favor providing legal assistance to folks, because I don't see how the town can get involved in that. David?
So I've looked into this a little bit. I completely agree that it's complicated, and I've said that from the beginning. But there are other towns that have a fund that they use for billable hours, and in some of those other towns, they actually provide the assistance to landlords as well as renters. And so if someone expresses a need to the town staff person, that is defensible, they get 3 billable hours or whatever it is. And so that's what the pilot program is for, to me, is to figure out what we can do. Maybe it'll fall flat on its face, but that's what a pilot program is for in my mind.
Okay, we've got a number of 30,000 that's been kicked around. Thumbs up, thumbs down. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, goes on the list. Other projects that folks would like to recommend and advocate for? David?
So I can do, I can get 2 that we'll all definitely agree with. So the town manager recommends that we reduce this one by $30,000, which gives us $30,000 more to spend. So I can't see that any of us are going to get rid of that. And there's this one, he recommends that we reduce by, R26, that we reduce by $350,000. So does anybody think that we shouldn't get $350,000 back?
Sounds good to me.
Yeah.
Okay. And then for the regional school district, I'm liaison to the school committee. That money would be used for 4 things, or 3.5 things. One is their community ed program took a big hit in COVID and is still not recovered. That's $150,000. The second thing is that the phone system in a majority of the schools doesn't properly locate the source of the call via E911. So in the new school building and Blanchard, which was retrofitted, if someone calls 911, the classroom is identified. And all the other school, except for those 2, the classroom is not identified. So that's the second thing. And the last 2 are for mental health things. So there's $150,000 for a new mental health program to handle situations that they found more common coming out of the pandemic, for kids who kind of lost some socialization and things during the pandemic. They have a firm that says that they'll respond to a need in 7 days, which is just amazing compared that it's often a month's long waiting period. And finally, that last $50,000 is for an at-home outreach mental health care thing. So that adds up to $500,000. The FinCom recommended this odd number because it was kind of the last thing that they did. But I would recommend that we do, we had $500,000 in reserve. I would recommend that we do the $500,000.
Thumbs up, thumbs down?
I had a smaller number in mind, but
Yeah, so did I.
I'm happy to be in the minority here.
Yeah, put it on there, 500.
Do we want to talk about, I'm happy to continue, or you can let someone else go.
You're on a roll.
Go for it.
So if we talk about McManus for a second, we need some amount of more money here to show a local contribution. We can put it on R3 or R19 or split it. For R3, the Housing Authority is asking for $500,000, but we could do something less, or we can do something in R19. So the sewer connection in R19, we would still need grant funding, but that would count as certainly a local contribution.
I would recommend under R3, $200,000. Now, my question to the manager, I know that the state has got heartburn over the fact that the Housing Authority is getting taxpayer dollars to reimburse the taxpayers. But the question I've got is, what did we actually pay for the Kennedy, the entire parcel to begin with? I think it was more than $1 million.
It was more than that, yes, and it was more than 5 years ago. I don't remember exactly when it happened, but it's been something that the town has held since that time.
So I think, I think an argument can be made that, the town is not nearly being made whole just from the CPA, which after all is taxpayer money anyway. But I would go for $200,000 for R3.
And anything for R19 or zero for 9?
Zero. Jim.
I had similar numbers. I had 250 for R3, but also zero for R19. So let the, not use ARPA money for that. And let the AHA basically decide.
So I guess if people have thrown a number at it, we've got 200 or you got 250. I'd be willing to go up. Okay.
250?
250. In favor? Yep. 250.
Mm-hmm. So down here at the bottom, we've spent $765,000, leaving us $1,197,733.
Okay, do we have?
Actually,
No, it's good. It's
The I would suggest we look down towards the R20, the South Acton wastewater treatment system, and the number that FinCom is recommending of 500,000. I think that's very well reasoned, and it's a recognized problem that we're faced with, and I think this is a good way to solve it. We certainly talked about that constantly. So I would ask for support for 500,000. Thumbs up.
Question, I think not, but maybe. Just a reminder of this ARPA funding has to be spent over what period?
Before the end of fiscal '25?
Yeah, it needs to be allocated by the end of '24, and I think we have another year and a half or so to spend it.
Okay, and it's your goal to allocate it all this year so that it's settled?
Yeah, I think the goal here would be to allocate the remaining portion and then take a look a year from now and see where all the projects ended up. If some of them, didn't use it all, then identify a way to make sure we spend every last dollar.
Okay. So again, 500,000 to...
I'm going to go along with that.
Kate?
I would like to put it in and then see if we can tweak it. Yeah, I'm fine with putting that in, and then we'll see if that's the amount we want to go with or some other thing.
Okay. NAGOG treatment, David.
You just read my mind.
Kate?
You read my mind.
So the NAGOG treatment plant, recognizing it is a private facility, however, it does provide some economic benefit to not only the homeowners there, but commercial activities. I also recognize that there's going to be some considerable changes going on with the NAGOG Mall being demolished and replaced. Instead of having a couple of high water uses in the restaurants, it's going to be a car dealership. But I think I'd be in favor of going with the recommendation from the FinCom of 150 to supplement. And then we'll know where we can go. Adam.
Yeah, Dean, thank you. If you don't mind, I'd love to share the comments that came out of the discussion with the FinCom, which were based a lot on the presentation that you received from the NAGOG treatment plant. It came out in our discussion that this project serves a number of functions. One of the biggest problems they're having with that facility is that they're spending a lot of money in capacity treating rainwater. And I know that a lot of the goals of the select board and the town have to do with carbon footprints and becoming more green. And we really saw this project as being something that affects a lot of those issues because we're no longer wasting money in fossil fuels and resources to treat rainwater. Also, it was a good project to facilitate economic development and economic sustainability as well. So I just wanted to throw those comments out there as well because at first we didn't see it as much of a project, but when we really considered it from those points, we thought, it checks a lot of boxes. And then one of our members mentioned that it serves some fairly significant portion of Acton, something like 20%, 24%, something like that. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, Jim?
I noticed that the town manager recommendation says recommend funding a portion of this project. Sorry. John, in his draft preliminary recommendation, said recommend funding a portion of this project. So a portion, I don't know, a half. So I had 75,000 in mind, but again, that was just what number I came up with.
David.
I'd like to see us fund all this. This entity that runs this doesn't really have a lot of opportunities for getting grants. They're not, as a private entity, they're not eligible for a lot of grants. And again, I think they do a lot, for that portion of North Acton. And, I think we should help them out. That's just me.
A question, does anyone know what the sewer rates are through that system compared to our sewer rates?
Not offhand.
All right. See thumbs, show of thumbs on 150. You good? 4. Put it in there. What are you up to now, David? Not quite enough to build a new town hall parking lot.
I could suggest a smaller program.
Jim?
Okay. In terms of the, sorry, there's the one about planning for complete streets.
Just microphone.
Sorry. There's the one about planning for complete streets. Where is that? Oh, yeah, R24. So we're not recommending funding at this time because additional planning and analysis is needed. But isn't this money for planning? So I thought we could spend some money to do some planning to make progress on this. If it's not the full amount, then, you know, 10,000, 15,000, just to save money for actually getting some progress on actually creating a plan that has a way for pedestrians and bicyclists to get from one place to another in town. Our standards for non-car users are very low compared to our standards for cars. And this could be a small down payment towards redressing that balance.
Mr. Manager, comment?
Sure, I think that was my recommendation, is just based on availability of other resources to do that work. A major investment in sidewalk planning was just made by town meeting last year, and part of that is going to go into doing some of the work envisioned, I believe, in this request. So, but certainly if you wanted to add to the availability of resources, we certainly would use it.
Suggested number?
10.
Okay. Show of thumbs. 10? Okay.
We haven't come up with a number yet for R30, is that right? We have the concept that we will combine R30 and R31, which I think makes sense, but we don't have an amount. It just says recommend funding a portion of this. And I guess, yeah, so given that it's available for the next 3 years, I think there's going to be a lot of spending in this area as we ramp up the implementation of the Climate Action Plan.
Recommended number?
200.
Or R30?
Yeah, R30 and R31 combined.
Okay. Show of thumbs. Okay.
Yeah.
David.
So with regard to the water district's request, here's my thinking here. The PFAS situation in my mind has changed a lot in the past year. The federal standards are 5 times as strict as the state standards. And which essentially would mean that we would need water treatment plants everywhere, or do something completely different. And I think it's to the point, in my mind, of course, it's really up to the water district to decide what they're going to do, but it's up to, I think that we can say that we don't want to fund something which is maybe a dead end. Other towns in our area are considering switching to MWRA water, which is PFAS-free. And if it's an opportunity to work with those other towns to bring a pipe up the 495 median and in the Route 2 median to go to the towns in this area. If we do it cooperatively with other towns, we'll cost less than making 4 treatment plants. So I would like to unallocate some of the money that we allocated last year. Now, let me finish my thing here. I think we should, some people think that we shouldn't help them with the Kelly's Corner project, but to me, I'm more sympathetic than that because, first of all, that's a community project, really, right? It's not just them. Of course, they were planning on replacing the pipes in that area at some point in the next decade anyway, but they have to do it now because of this, the Kelly's Corner infrastructure project. And right now, the materials cost is a lot for them, for the same reason that the wastewater treatment plant rehabilitation project is expensive. So I would propose, so they've spent $35,000 of the PFAS money. I would propose taking back $415,000 that they haven't spent and giving them $550,000 towards the Kelly's Corner. Or whatever number the board wants to consider there. So I'll just put these in just so people can understand what I was saying, and I'm happy to delete them if that's not what we decide. Let me scroll down so you can see it above the. So that's what I would propose there.
So 2 questions. One is, has this been discussed at all on any level with the water district that, I don't know what their plans were for that money. And secondly, if we do that, what's our balance down at the bottom of the page?
Just a little bit of info to add to your question. Yes, sure. I'll note that connecting with the MWRA is on the Acton Water District's Finance Committee agenda coming up in a week or 2. So it's clearly something they're considering.
So they can only spend this on what we say they can spend it on. And so far we've said that they can spend it on PFAS. I think that without a complete plan from a water district, we should not be putting that money in that bucket anymore. The situation was different last year. So we were operating just with the state standards. We only needed to treat wells in 2 sections of the town. Now we need to treat wells in all sections of town, which if we were in a different timing, I'd be willing to fund, but we don't know where that's going. I'll go back up, but given this, we have $200,000 left in the person. We've spent $1.76 million.
Yeah, just to, I think it was your question, I have not discussed a concept like this with the water district. And the $35,000 is just what we know that they've spent and what they've told us about. They may have spent a little bit more and just not reported it back to us yet. So again, that's a new concept as of today.
I don't have any particular problems with coming up with, $500,000 towards the Kelly's Corner project. But I'm kind of reluctant to, and I know the discussions about the MWRA, and I know that the whole situation of PFAS is a problem, but I'm a little reluctant to yank the rug out from underneath them. So I'd be okay with putting in the $500,000 and just nothing on R6 for this year, nothing additional. But I'm very reluctant to pull the money away from them until we understand this a little more.
That would overspend us, right? Because we don't get the $450,000 back.
Okay, so
So there are two possibilities there. One is we could not give them anything for Kelly's Corner and leave it the way it was, or we could change the wording on R5 to say water main construction for Kelly's Corner or other priorities and allow them to decide. Just throwing that up.
Our water district would.
Yes, so I did speak with the water district liaison to the select board. He did mention that they were waiting on like town communication for spending more monies, and so I don't know if that was something that was resolved. It was a few weeks ago that we had that conversation. The other thing to mention is in a RAC meeting recently, they actually did talk about MWRA, and it is something that the water district is very much considering. I think given all of that, I do think that maybe rewording R5 and saying the water main construction in Kelly's Corner, like allocating that to AWD and other priorities as they see fit, gives them the flexibility. As for how much to give, I do think that 550 is a little low. I think maybe could we consider, if we do the math, like what the remaining amount we have, could we do 600 or 650?
Both of those monies would fit, because given this, we still have $200,000 left to spend.
Like, yeah, if we take like 1/2 of 1.3 mil, that would come out to, I'm very bad at math, 650?
If we're agreed, I'll make those changes.
I think we haven't, so I think we haven't agreed how much to yank away from R6. But maybe, I have this theory from this memory that we're actually doing a final vote on this at a future date. This is preliminary or not?
My intention was this is the final vote. We're done.
Well, maybe a little asterisk on there about, having the manager talk to Chris and find out, if there's money that they've spent that they're expecting to get reimbursed for, let's not take that out. But surely we can take a bunch out of the 550.
Right, they can spend it on what they want. Right. I personally would have a very difficult time right now putting anything remaining in R6, right? Because I think that's just the wrong bucket right now until I see a plan of what they want to do with PFAS. Because what we're aiming for up to this point doesn't meet the new federal standards.
Yeah, I said, that I think with the Kelly's Corner, it's a clear, discrete project. We know exactly what we're going to be getting. So I wouldn't have a problem putting money in there. But I agree with David that, at least at this point, dumping more money into an allocation for PFAS that might not ever come to fruition. Could be 2 years before they figure out what they're going to do, and by that time we will have lost the opportunity to use the money. Mr. Manager.
Yeah, I have a concern about putting a minus sign on their category until we've talked to them about it, but I do think you could do it differently and just not do 650, do 650 minus 415, and the math ends up the same in terms of a contribution to the district, and that's less controversial. In terms of, if they decide that they don't want to do the PFAS work, or the board doesn't want them to do the PFAS work, then it can make a decision jointly to change that together, or with more discussion, if not together.
Okay.
So is that what people want to do? I think I did the subtraction right, didn't I? 650 minus 415?
Yep.
In that case, do we want to get rid of the or other priorities? Okay.
All right, so where do we stand now?
We have $100,000 left, which I guess we're just not going to spend? Oh, no, we'll find something. So we have, this is how FinCom came up with an odd number. We have $102,733 left.
I have a question.
Jim.
So there's a big difference between spending $450,000 on a second cat bus and spending zero. And I wonder if there's a need to, if we put money in there for additional planning and analysis, which is what is needed at this time, is that something that could actually be spent? Are there resources that could be paid to, get us further with figuring out, what combination of microtransit and, a second bus or a bus with different routes, or, there's a multivariable problem here, and it seems like, spending some planning money on that would be good if there was somebody to, hand the money to.
David.
I'd be willing to do that. I think the second cat bus is premature, right? The current cat bus costs us $1,000 per rider per year, right? And so we get about, in rough terms, we get about 500 riders a month, and it costs us $500,000 a year. That is not, like the programs you mentioned, Jim. I'd like to see some research as to whether we should have subsidized ride sharing. I don't know what. At a minimum, I think we don't want to buy a van. We would lease a van, in which case we don't need $450,000 up front. Even if it showed that some studies showed that the cat bus was the best alternative, we shouldn't be talking about buying the bus. We should be talking about leasing the bus. And so we need to have a lease payment and then pay a driver. I could understand, there's some reasons why people don't use the bus, like for commuting, because it ends too early. One of the alternatives that occurs to me, if we want to keep the fixed ride sharing, is to extend it by 4 hours a day with a part-time driver, or maybe 4 hours a day plus Saturday. But it needs more study. I can't, say what that is, but I'd be happy to put in a few tens of thousands of dollars to study the problem.
John, do you think there are resources that would be able to, either outside resources or in-house resources that would be able to use that money to make progress on this problem?
Yes.
Ooh, well, let's give them some money.
All right, well, just to wrap this up, how about if we put 20,000 into the R33, and then I would recommend the balance go into a project that town manager has not recommended, but I know from my own experience that there's always money that we can spend on improving HVAC systems. So I would recommend that we look at that. I think we've got a delta left of about $82,000. We put the $82,000 into something to do with improving the HVAC systems. Nope.
Transportation program study.
Yeah. Mr. Manager.
Just circling back to R15, which the board wanted to do earlier.
Yeah. Did we put a number there? Whoops.
No, I don't believe so. It's zero.
I thought we had.
Oh, man.
Do we also have a number for our library?
No, we put 250 in the DPW.
Okay.
Okay, there you go.
All right. So we.
Which library one?
The library, R25.
Nope.
So we could ask the town manager which is more effective, HVAC systems or library parking lot?
Well, $80,000, and he's looking for 600.
Both, I think both would help with design towards things that we need to do. I think we certainly could use the help with that parking lot. So it's at the, I would want them both, but with nothing at the parking lot and 500 already for HVAC, it's going to be something we put in the capital plan anyway. So I guess that's the other approach here is we're going to put in the capital plan and hopefully there's support from the board there, if not here.
What number was the HVAC?
I think
R7.
We could split them 50-50. We'd have to go down to the cents to do that, but
I'd favor just putting it all in the HVAC. I think it'd be enough money to actually have an impact on some design and who knows what else.
so just as a placeholder, that works. Zero balance.
Well, there we have it. I go through it again, or is everybody, I mean, it's a compromise. You got 10 million in requests and 2 million to spend, so.
Mr. Chair, you just want me to go down one at a time just to make sure that I'll read the thing and move down and
okay.
We can decide if that's what we want.
Yep.
So R1, the school district, we decided on $500,000. R2, the consulting services for this is nothing. The McManus Manor, R3, we decided on $250,000. Nothing to rehabilitate and make energy efficient improvements to housing units. The water district, Kelly's Corner, we decided to add $235,000 theirs and not change their existing allocation in R6. R7, we decided $82,733 for HVAC systems, nothing for the ASA Parliament House, nothing for NARA improvements. The Senior Cafe, $75,000. Nothing for the Town Hall meeting space, nothing for the Gardner Field improvements, nothing for a community recreation amenity, nothing for universal access to public recreation facilities and programs, the DPW fuel depot, we fully funded at $250,000. The rental advocacy program, we decided to put in $30,000 there for a pilot program. R17, the emergency rental assistance program, we didn't fund because it has a sufficient balance. R18, the child care subsidy, we fully funded because it's a popular program. The sewer extension to the Acton Housing Authority, McManus, we didn't fund because we did R3. The South Acton Wastewater Treatment Plant, we decided to fund the study into the new ribs, or design for the new ribs, or rib. Hayward Road intersection, we're not doing it this time, that's R21, R22. The initial design for improving wastewater infrastructure and Great Road, we're not doing it this time. The culvert and the Jenks Conservation Land was withdrawn. Update the Complete Streets Plan to improve access. We did $10,000 there. The Library Hall parking lot, we decided not to fund. Stormwater management and climate change measures, there was an excess balance there, which we got back. Improvements to the NAGOG treatment facility, we're fully funding at $150,000. The COVID mitigation measures, we took back the remaining balance there. R29, revenue replacement, we're not doing it this time. R30, sustainability efforts for R30 and R31, we put in $200,000. The online permitting system, R32, we're not funding now, and we funded $20,000 for the transportation program study for a second CAT bus or equivalent.
Okay. No. Jim?
Earlier, there was this mention about the Affordable Housing Rehab Trust, and I didn't know if that was eligible for ARPA funding. We don't have an amount yet, but we have a rough, we had that rough amount from the original study.
It's not something that would be ineligible. At this point, the direction I got from the board last time it was discussed was to make it work for the town meeting appropriation, which I'm working on right now. So I'm not requesting additional funding at this time.
Okay, I would have expressed what the board said a little differently, but I would have included the part about meeting with the advocates and then coming back with a program, a modified program.
Well, that is also happening too, but there's no funding involved in that part of the feedback, so I didn't mention that.
Okay, great.
Point of order. Thank you for your comment. I'd be willing to take a vote right now on the allocations we have in front of us. Anyone would like to move those?
I have two things, actually. Okay. Sorry, one is, actually, if we can go back to R5, I think we worded it, R6, where we say, design for Acton Water District PFAS. If we can also put down and other priorities there, that gives them the flexibility if they want to move money outside of doing PFAS mitigation to other projects, they can do that. So just from a technical standpoint, adding or other priorities to R6 and the wording of that. Oh, yeah.
Mr. Manager.
I think that, the same hesitation I have with reducing that amount, I have with changing its allocation purpose. So I think since you're allocating new money in R5, that would be the area that you would potentially would change, but I would want to talk to them in R6 before we changed that.
I'm fine with that also, going back to the water district and checking with them before.
Mr. Chair.
David.
That was the reason why I wanted to take away the 415 to make it clear that we shouldn't be spending more money on PFAS. But after a conversation with the water district, we could come back and change that number from one category to the other.
I think that's a better solution. I'm going to them directly. And then the other point, to Alyssa's point, is there, legally, are we allowed to use ARPA funding for this project, the South Acton wastewater treatment plant?
Mr. Manager?
That's not a prohibition that we're aware of in terms of investing ARPA funds. We're happy to have it reviewed by council, but I think that bylaw speaks to betterments, and this is not that.
Okay, would anyone care to move these allocations?
Sure. I move that we accept the allocations on the spreadsheet with the proviso that we're going to be consulting with the Acton Water District, and we may adjust our 5 and our 6.
If I can add a friendly amendment to that, also just checking regarding, let me find the number, if I can, regarding the ARPA line on the South Acton wastewater plant to make sure that our town council thinks it's okay.
Okay.
That's a friendly amendment. I happily accept it.
Okay, we got motion and seconded. Further discussion? Okay. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Okay. We're all set. Next, we have a presentation on pedestrian crossing systems.
With apologies to Director Corey York, I invite him up to present this.
Yeah.
Good evening.
Good evening. I'm pretending to be the chair while the chair is out.
Yeah, so as the town manager had mentioned, we're looking into some funding that we got through MassDOT for the Winter Recovery Assistance Program. So we have some money to spend before the end of June. So we're looking at options to spend it on. One part being for winter repairs to the infrastructure out there. But we're also looking at implementation for new infrastructure to kind of help with promoting sort of safer routes for people to get to where they want to go. So we were looking at a couple options. One that came up is on Great Road during the complete street study that we've been working on. We're kind of finishing that up now. But we were looking at the Brook Street where Great Road hits Brook Street. There's a crosswalk there, and it was highlighted with pedestrian activity and the bike activity and crashes as kind of one of the higher priority locations to maybe target for a short-term fix. As far as the type of improvement, there was, because of the speed and the volume on that road, looking at the federal guidelines, the consultant said the state would probably be recommending a hawk system, which is more of a signalized crosswalk type system. So that would be something that we would be looking into possibly doing the design implementation of that. A part of this will go into the supply demand issues that are out there, but that'd be something that we'd be looking to pursue for design and implementation. Another crosswalk enhancement that we were looking at was on Main Street. We're working on the Main and Prospect intersection, but just down at the Discovery Museum, we've gotten a request there as well. So we were looking at the possibility of adding in one of the sort of the flashing crosswalk signs that we have up and down Main Street, and adding one at that location to help people not only getting back and forth from the museum, but also access into the Great Hill from that end. So those were sort of the two crosswalk locations that we were looking at, in addition to sort of winter repair work to kind of utilize those funds.
Any questions from the board members?
So, just to further, we wanted to make sure that the board was comfortable with us moving forward with a system like this. This hawk system that Director York mentioned is essentially a stoplight operated by a pedestrian. So it's a substantial change to the streetscape on Great Road, and so it's not something we would just put up and we want people to say, what did you guys put there? So we want to make sure you're comfortable with the idea before we start aggressively pursuing this idea. And also on the Discovery Museum crosswalk light is less complicated, but we think a good project to pursue.
I personally think these are some pretty good projects. And certainly the situation off on Great Road, not recently, but there have been, historically, there were 2 pedestrian fatalities on Great Road that I can remember. And that was before the traffic got so heavy. So I certainly think these should be pursued. Any other questions comments from other members? Jim?
Is the state going to cooperate? This is their road after all.
Through the Complete Street process, we had 2 coordination meetings with them, so they know what we're doing. And as far as this hawk system, they follow the sort of the federal guidelines is what this is sort of dictating. So they're aware of it, and we'll still have to go through a design and permitting process with them. But so it's not a shock, and they seemed receptive to it.
Great. I'm in favor of any amount of extra crosswalk systems on Great Road. So I'm all in favor of this one.
Thank you. David?
I just have one question on the hawk system. Does it have a green light or just yellow and red?
Just the yellow and red. It has it's a different kind of layout, but when the person presses the light, it goes to a flashing yellow to warn people they need to slow down. And then to I think a solid red, which is telling the vehicles they have to stop. And then I think what it does, it'll go back to a flashing red to tell them they can proceed with caution just in case there's still somebody trying to get across the street. But yeah, there's no green on it. It's simply a slow down and stop kind of a signal.
Except for Route 27, it's virtually impossible to cross Great Road. And so I'm definitely in favor of this. And besides that, it helps with or potentially helps with the rapscallion situation, right? Because if people, parking has always been available to them in the Dollins parking lot, but they haven't used it because no one can get across the street. And so this allows them to get across the street, so that's great. Thank you.
Fran, yes.
Comment, question. I love the Great Road idea of the flashing crosswalk. Also near the Discovery Museum as well. And I know, didn't we vote recently or just to do the whole reworking of that Prospect Street, Prospect Main Street, and have a crosswalk going across to Great Hill? Did we?
So that was, yeah, so the board did approve the 25% design concept that we're carrying forward. And Corey, maybe you can talk about how that integrates with this proposal.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that project is kind of a 2-part project. We're working on the design of the intersection. So we're, it would be doing improvements at the intersection with crosswalks at the Great Hill parking. And then also a sort of a corridor concept going down Prospect Street. This crosswalk is further down the road a little ways, right in front of us.
There won't be flashing lights or anything like that.
No, this is kind of the typical, like the crosswalks we have out here on Main Street. You push the button, they flash. Yes. Yep.
Thank you.
Hey, Imager.
Yes, sorry, just one quick question. So with this new pedestrian crossing system, has it been implemented at other towns? Have they seen success with it, or?
Yeah, from what I've seen, you find them typically on the busier roads like Great Road. So I think from what I've researched and seen, they're in other communities. I don't have a list in front of me, but and most of everything I've seen for examples are on multi-lane roads or busier roads, yes.
Thank you. Do we have any questions from the public? Nope. Okay. All right. Do you have everything you need from us?
Yeah, I think we didn't do thumbs, but I think there's a consensus that the board's comfortable with these 2 initiatives that we're going to have to kind of aggressively pursue to meet the funding deadline, which is why we wanted to get to you early to make sure there wasn't any concerns. And we don't hear any. Thank you.
Thank you. Item 9, approved recommended rates for the Acton Transfer Station Solid Waste and Recycling Program.
Yes, this is kind of an annual program we go through, kind of assess the access stickers to get in the property as well as the bag programs. So we went through an analysis here. We haven't increased the stickers for the access to get in. Those haven't been changed since 2015 when we launched the pay-as-you-throw program. The bags have been adjusted. I believe I think we last adjusted the bag rates back in FY20 or FY21. So we went through an analysis now, just looking at the factors. When we developed the fee program, we had kind of a couple different, kind of broke the budget up into two categories when we first launched it. So when we look at the sticker fees, in essence, it's the part of the budget if, say, no material came into the property at all, just what it would take to turn the lights on and have it going. And then the bag fee is sort of covering the cost if you bring in material, what that would cost to handle that material through the facility and then off to the end destination. So we kind of break it up into that two categories. So when we look at the trash itself, just some backstory to the material we collect, we've been seeing on average between pre-pay-as-you-throw and post-pay-as-you-throw, there's been about a 37% reduction in the trash out of the program. When we look at the two main recycling streams, which is the mixed paper and the commingle, which is the plastic glass and the cans. The mixed paper, we've been seeing kind of a slow decrease in the amount of material that we've been seeing coming in. I think back around 2016, we were up around 840 tons. Right now, we're down around 621 tons, so it's just slowly reducing. But as far as the commingle goes, it's jumping around a little bit, but essentially it's been pretty stagnant. We kind of float around 300, up the high 300 tons as far as range for that goes. And then looking at the stickers, the last couple of years, it seems like the stickers they haven't fluctuated too much. There's probably been a slight decrease in the non-seniors full access sticker. Looks like the senior citizen sticker program is probably pretty consistent, if maybe a little bit higher, and then our recycling is fairly consistent there. So what we came up with when we did our analysis, looking at the stickers, was increasing the non-senior full access sticker by $5. It would jump from $100 to $105. We have a non-resident full access sticker that would go from $180 to $190. And then we also have one-time trip fees, so if somebody doesn't have a sticker but comes in, so we increase that by $5. So a resident would be $35 under the proposal, and the non-resident would be up to $55. Probably the more substantial increase you see is in the bag fees. Under the proposal, the 8-gallon bags goes from 50 cents to 60 cents. The 15-gallon bag goes from 95 cents to $1.15, and then the 33-gallon goes from $2.10 to $2.55. When we look at what sort of drives those costs, sort of the three big things that I was noticing is, the biggest thing is the market pricing. It's just been all over the place. And just unfortunately, in the last couple of months, the commodities collapsed again. So it's kind of taken a turn. We were seeing some good numbers for a few months, and then it kind of fell apart on us. And then the other two sort of factors that kind of play into it is the solid waste tipping fees and the bag pricing. So every year, under our contract for the tipping fee, the fee goes up about 3%. So which in essence, was at $64 a ton. It's going to jump up to $66. And then so every year it adds like $2 a ton for the tipping fee. And then with the bag prices, when we go back to about when we up the rates of the bag pricing, I think around FY 2020 or 21, the 8-gallon bag looks like it increased by about 3 to 6 cents a bag to actually purchase the bag. With the 15-gallon bag, it increased sort of in the range of 4 to 7 cents a bag. And then the 33-gallon bag increased somewhere in the neighborhood of 7 to 10 cents a bag. But when I was looking at the sort of the markets, just to give you a sense of sort of what I was seeing for our mixed paper when we entered into this fiscal year, we were probably paying in the neighborhood of $95 a ton. We made some adjustments and the market shifted in a good way. So then that price, I think it dropped down to, we were paying around $40 a ton, but it just recently is jumping back up. So it's climbing up over $50, almost $60 a ton. At one point back in, I think FY 18, we actually were making about $20 a ton. So it's just going all over the place. And same with commingle. For a few fiscal years now, we've been paying $100 a ton. We recently went down to, we actually briefly were making about $15 a ton, and now it's jumped back up to $50 or $60 a ton. So they're predicting that it's probably going to get worse for the end of this year, and then they're hoping that in the start of the next year that things will start improving again. But it's driving our costs. I mean, we were in the range of $50,000, $60,000 a year in our recycling charges back in 18 and 19, and then when the recycling markets tanked, we were paying upwards of $140,000 to $170,000 a year with recycling charges. So it's a very kind of fluid market. So it's really been driving those costs. So after the last few years, we just need to make some adjustments to those fees to build that back. So I did look at other communities that in the nearby area that do drop off as well. So our pricing, for the most part, we're within reason of, actually, we're typically below most of the communities, but we're close to their price ranges. There are a few communities that are much higher above us. I think it was pre-COVID, I spoke with Littleton. They reached out to us because they were doing bag pricing increases. And they were getting a lot of heat because they were so far much more expensive than us. So we met and we talked about it. And essentially our programs are very similar, but the one thing that stood out was they outsource all their hauling, where we do a lot of hauling in-house. And that's really seemed to be the driving thing that was causing their costs to go up. Because just looking online at their pricing now, they charge $1.50 for somewhere in the range of our 8-gallon bag. They charge $2.50 for the 15-gallon, and they charge $3.50 for the 33-gallon. So they are much higher, and I think their access sticker is $140. So everything there is just a lot more. But yeah, so I was just here tonight to sort of present this and ask for you to approve the new fees to move forward with that.
Jim.
So combining our costs and the tipping fees, do you have a sort of a combined cost per ton for handling trash?
As far as our operational costs?
Yeah.
And I don't, because I'd have to try to be looking at the travel time, which is maybe a couple hours, and depending on the wait time, just kind of, I would assume a round trip for them is probably at least 3 hours, so cost of an employee for that, yeah. And then I think an average load, we probably get in the range of probably around 25 tons in a load.
Wow.
So.
Okay, and the fees that you were quoting for recycling, are those, is that the price, do we have to haul it in addition, or are those picked up?
For those two materials, the main ones, we haul ourselves.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so in both cases, the overall cost is higher than the fee because we're also paying for the...
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got it. It just seemed, I was just trying to figure out why, it seemed like the bags are going up by about 20%. And, you know, I saw a few cents on the bags and a few cents on the fees, and it just didn't seem to add up to a 20% increase, but maybe there's, I think I'm missing some picture about why that's the right number.
Yeah, I mean, in part of the pay-as-you-throw bags, it's also looking at the recycling charges. So,
right, okay, so that's
so
right.
It rolls in those market pricing for those commodities as well.
Yeah.
And then you get a few years of just the contractual bag increases over the course of those. So unfortunately for when you look at an 8-gallon bag is, I think it's like 25 cents. So it just adds this half your cost right there is just the cost of the bag, and then you add the handling on top. So
Yeah, it's certainly a better deal for the town and for us, to people to use the large bags.
yes.
Thanks.
Yeah, sure.
That's all my questions.
Thank you. Other questions? My one observation is that the $10 senior sticker fee is the only thing to recommend turning 65 for. I'd be looking for a motion to accept the recommended fees.
Motion to approve.
Can I get a second? Moved and seconded. Further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Thank you. Private way plowing fee.
Yeah, so this is a program that we go through. We've been doing it for quite a while. I think for almost as long as I've been here, we've been running this program. Back around, I think, when the economy sort of tanked in around 2008, we switched it to a fee program. So we calculated roughly what it costs us to maintain the roadways, and we apply that on a kind of a per linear foot. So we go through an analysis, and it's currently at $2.76 per foot, and it's been that rate for since about the 2015-16 winter season, and it's held up pretty well. We did the analysis this year, playing out the numbers. It actually increased to $2.98 per linear foot. So that's what we're here tonight. We do have there's a set of criteria in the petition they have to kind of fulfill to be eligible. Typically, there's been 2 private ways that have applied that have qualified in the last several years. And then we also always put a condition in the petition on the event that we have an abnormally severe winter, that we have the right to come back and assess another value if things are beyond anything that we would have expected. So, but yeah, I'll be here tonight looking to see if you'd approve the new fee of $2.98 per foot for the program.
Questions from the board? Looking for a motion.
Sorry, Corey, just a quick question. What was the original charge before, and now we're recommending $2.98?
We're currently charging $2.76 a foot. It's actually been that rate since about 2015.
Okay. Can I get a motion for the new rates?
Move to approve the proposed private way plowing fees.
Thank you. Second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? You're all set. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Thank you for hanging in until 11:45. Have a nice ride home.
Yes. At least there won't be traffic, right?
Mr. Manager.
So at the goal-setting retreat on June 30th, the board set 8 new short-term goals and 5 new long-term goals, and also discussed the idea that it would be helpful to have a regular update on those goals, and that was about 3 months ago. And so I had on the calendar to do an update on each of those goals right now. I can do it very quickly and be happy to answer any questions.
Okay,
so the first goal was to hire a DEI officer. We are in the process of interviewing right now. We received about 40 plus applicants for the job, which we're excited about.
Before we get too much further,
Just my.
will your report be available written down? Because I noticed that my ability to process information is falling as we approach midnight, so it'd be really helpful for me to get this in a few days or something in a written form. Or put
I can just forego this and do that if you'd like.
That would work better for me, and then we could put it on a future agenda for discussion if there were questions. That's my recommendation.
I'll do both, whatever you want to do. I want to be responsive to what the board's trying to accomplish. Some things I'm looking for some direction on, so.
So what's the preference of the board?
I'm happy either way. So.
Happy either way?
Okay, what else are we doing, right? Let's do this. So the first goal was a DE officer. We are in the process of interviewing for that position right now. Hopefully we'll have someone this fall. Number 2 was to look at a town-wide electrification program to convert existing residential buildings to all electric. We are working with our partner Abode Energy on trying to identify a series of buildings to look at as a pilot program for this. We've brought on some volunteer energy coaches, and we're doing some other work to try to advance that effort. Item 3 is to create a committee for the anniversary of the Battle of the Old North Bridge. That committee has been created. Item 4 was to advance the design for the Public Works facility and prioritize the existing fuel station. About 20 minutes ago, we just approved $250,000 to accomplish that goal. Item 5 is related to Asa Parlin. That is something that's in progress, and I will be discussing with the board in January. Item 6 is to advance efforts to study housing stability services and new bylaws related to tenant rights and tax abatement programs. We are using some ARPA funds to do some housing stability pilot program work, and some other efforts are underway, but there's certainly more we could do on item 6. Item 7 is to look at the goal setting process, identifying the 2018 sustainability policy. That's an interesting goal, and I guess I was looking for some direction on that one, because that was before we had a climate action plan. That was before climate-related goals were incorporated in the annual goal setting of the board. Establishing, updating a list of things that we're doing, I think, is something that I guess I'm looking for more direction on exactly what you're looking for there. Maybe not tonight, or tonight.
I can do the one-sentence version. We can talk more about it later. I think one of the unique things about the sustainability policy was the requirement to bring in other stakeholders and agree on goals together or get feedback from them. So we haven't done that yet, to talk with folks from the schools and the water district and other stakeholders about, overall sustainability goals. But I agree, it's a complicated thing because we have the climate action plan and we have our goal-setting process. It's unclear how they all relate, so.
Well, I think there was a robust community engagement, stakeholder engagement for the climate action planning process, which I thought involved everyone that wanted to be involved. But yes, we can continue working on that. Item 8, looking at the minimum voting age, is not something that we've worked on, but we're happy to jump in there and work on that. The long-term goals, reviewing bylaws to ensure consistency with sustainability, equity, and looking at a CEDA, Community Commission on Elimination of Discrimination Against Women measure. We are implementing a civil rights review for all new bylaw proposals through a contract that we have through planning. We have not worked on the other part of that long-term goal. Climate action plan is another one for long-term goals. We are trying to advance a project for a solar canopy at the PSF, Public Safety Facility parking lot. So hopefully that'll be one climate project that we can complete in the near future. Continue complete streets improvements along Main Street. We just talked about some of that earlier tonight, and that's an ongoing long-term project. Number 4 is the River Street Dam. As I mentioned, we received a $1 million grant, and coupled with the other funding resources that we've secured, we'll be able to do that project in 2023 calendar year. And number 5 is the Human Services Committee and developing recommendations to support renters. The committee is being staffed up, and that we have committed to work on that. So that's a brief update.
Thank you. Approve reserved parking rates for commuter lots.
There was a motion in the packet to approve a $25 rate through the end of the calendar year. We are seeing a little bit of an uptick in the commuter lots, but we're still well undersubscribed in all of our reserved rates. And this $25 rate just gives us a chance to generate some revenue by not making it too cost prohibitive to hold on to a spot.
Move to approve the extension in the reduced commuter lot rates.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Item 13, approve meeting minutes, September 12th, 2022. Item 14, approve committee appointment, Ruby Lilly, Makina Mwindi, Nashwari Bhatia, full members, Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Commission, terms to expire June 30th, 2025. 15, approve committee appointment, Emmy Azar, Associate Member, Council on Aging Board, term to expire June 30th, 2025. Item 16, approve committee appointments, Jason Temple and Rebecca Harvey, Associate Members, Land Stewardship Committee, terms to expire June 30th, 2023. Item 17, approve committee appointment, Nick Boven, full member, Dog Park Committee, term to expire June 30th, 2025. Item 18, approve committee appointment, Paula Walsh, at-large member, Human Services Committee, term to expire June 30th, 2025. Item 19, approve a one-day alcoholic beverage license, Congregation Beth Elohim, 133 Prospect Street, October 23rd, 2022. Item 20, accept gift, Acton Police Department for $2,500 from DCU towards providing programs and services to make a difference in the community. Item 21, accept a gift of $150 from Associated Environmental Systems to support production costs for Acton Business Incubator programming, including Youth Manufacturing Day and Acton Business Scholars. Item 22, approve a multiple day alcoholic beverage license, Theater 3, October 28th, 29th, 30, November 4 and 5, 2022. Number 23, approve order for alteration of location for existing poles, Eversource, Maple Street, southerly side, approximately 340 feet east of Martin Street. I'll entertain a motion to accept items 13 through 23 inclusive.
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. On favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Looking for one more motion.
Move to adjourn.
Moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, thank you. It's a tough one. We got it done.